Good evening and welcome to another one of our Friday Night Hotspot FNO Preview shows here on the VAT USA Twitch. Welcome. Monumentous day for VATSIM as we are also on the cusp of the brand new Velocity server update. So some exciting stuff going on today. A monumentous day for VATSIM, and we'll talk a little bit more about that and the implications it has on the event coming up here in just a little bit. But we are talking with representatives of the Moncton FIR, and we will be talking through the upcoming Friday Night Ops event tonight, which is the Hockey Night in Halifax event, the Hockey Night in Halifax FNO, partnering with our friends from the Great White North. And with us tonight are the event coordinator from the Moncton FIR, Jack. How are you, Jack?
I'm not too bad. Yourself?
Very good. And Jack Koskie. And joining us is Mike Oxner, who is a VATSIM controller in the Moncton FIR, but also a retired real-world controller in the real-world Moncton FIR. Mike?
Hey.
Pleasure to have you both with us tonight. Let us kind of come around the room real quick. It's a small panel tonight, but we'll come around the room and just give a little bit more detailed information on who we are and what we do. And I will, as I always say, I'm going to pull host privilege and start with myself, also because I don't want to assume that anyone watching the show knows who I am. But my name is Rob, and I'm the host of a Twitch live stream called Slant Alpha Adventures. And on that live stream, we do flying and controlling on the VATSIM network. And Slant Alpha means that we focus that flying on non-RNAV-based navigation, the navigation that you would have done back before the advent of your GPS or your flight management computer or your inertial nav system or whatever other RNAV capability you might have. So doing a lot with VOR radial tracking and NDB airway radio bearing tracking, especially when we fly in Canada. You guys still have a lot of those NDB airways up on the charts up there, which we don't have too many of in the States. But we get to do a lot of cool NDB airway tracking when we fly up your way. But yeah, doing all that kind of navigation with just the analog radios back in how it would be done before, Garmin kind of took over the aviation world. So that's our channel. We typically do that for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern time when we're not doing things like this. But tonight, obviously, we've taken a break from that as we are talking with our friends from the Moncton FIR. So let's take a moment and let them tell you more about themselves. Jack, why don't you start?
Sure. Hello, my name is Jack. I am, as Rob said, I'm the event coordinator at the Moncton Gander FIR. I have been a controller for, I think, start of February 2020. Kind of pretty much got into it more March, obviously with COVID and everything. Got a lot of free time.
2-year anniversary coming up.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Do you get a badge for that?
Probably not, but
okay.
And then when our event coordinator retired, I decided to take up the position of event coordinator, and that's probably about July of 2020, and ever since I've been there. This kind of more flight sim related. I'm staff for Virtual Air Canada as well.
Cool.
And also a fellow pilot on the VATSIM network.
Awesome. Very good. And Mike Oxner, tell us about yourself.
All right. I'm retired air traffic controller. I worked 2 years in Halifax Tower and 27 years in Moncton Center, total 29. And
Gotcha.
I just retired the end of 2022.
Definitely got a badge for that, right?
Yeah. I also have a private pilot license that I got in 1988. Still flew in our region, just day VFR, nothing fancy or special. But I was, through my ATC career in Moncton, I was heavily involved in procedures and introducing new pieces of equipment as they came along, and in the last 6 years, airspace as well. So all the airspace improvements that were done in the Moncton FIR, I probably had my hand in at some level.
Wow. So you literally know these procedures like the back of your hand.
I can tell you the background behind them, but I couldn't tell you coordinates of individual points.
Okay, gotcha. No, but that's awesome, and we've talked about how VATSIM is such an incredible community with these real world resources. These folks that like there are folks like myself that really just do this as a hobby. I do not work in the aviation industry. I do not have a real world pilot private pilot's license. This is all just a hobby for me. This is a hobby that I've been pursuing for nearly 40 years at this point. So so a good amount of
Wow.
experience, but all desktop experience. Nothing in the actual air. It
To be
is a
fair,
hobby that I've
this is a lot of a hobby for me too. I joined
right.
VATSIM either 2000 or 2001,
Mm,
and I was active for a number of years, and I took a little bit of a hiatus and came back here in the last couple as well.
yeah. But yeah, it's incredible like how many people there are like myself that for whom this aviation is simulated aviation is just a hobby. But there's also so many people that are involved in the aviation industry either as pilots or controllers or in some cases both that still continue to contribute to the VATSIM community, which I think is an incredible, it creates an incredible resource of people, a pool of people, a knowledge pool that you can pull from if you're an up and comer, if you're trying to get started in the field and you're looking for somebody to kind of, get some guidance from and much like we're going to do tonight, how to avoid some of the common pitfalls along the way. So kudos to you for, for bringing that real world experience back to the network and making it all the more valuable a resource for those people who are unlike myself who are doing this more as just a hobby, more than just a hobby. So thank you very much for that. Let us get on with the event. It is the Hockey Night in Halifax event, and take a moment to kind of just give us a background of where the event theme came from and tell us more about it.
Sure, I think I'll speak on this a little bit. So hockey has always been a big thing in Halifax. We got our Halifax Mooseheads, the local Halifax team. And for we actually kind of planned this perfectly. The day before and the day after the event, we've got Halifax is going to be playing Cape Breton. So no game on that night to
There you go. So you can
watch
take
during the flight, but
take the night off from watching hockey and watch some flying. There you go.
exactly. And we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to. Obviously, we're not that USA, but we're uh, it's night. We got offered a slot, and
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
so we're
that's kind of cool. I wanted to kind of take a moment and touch on that. If we go on the VAT USA website and go to the events calendar. By the way, anyone who is looking to see like what are the big, VAT USA events coming up, this is a really great resource here. It's the VATUSA.net website, and then under Pilot Tools, I kind of should go back and maybe do this as I'm saying it. Pilot Tools and event calendar here. And we can skip ahead to February because that's where we're kind of on the cusp of. And this is the Hockey Night in Halifax Friday night ops event. So pretty much, I wouldn't say every Friday at this point because it's kind of dissipated to where it's every other Friday. And as a matter of fact, we had a break from Friday night ops events between like mid-December and late January. So we had about 6 weeks off from doing this preview show. And then all of a sudden I'm doing 4 in a row. So it's been...
getting your workout in.
kind of busy all of a sudden, but the overall, I would say that the featured facility Friday night ops events are more or less every other week, on average, I would say. But most of them are within VAT USA. Most of them, especially that we've done these panels for, we've talked with the VAT USA facilities, the ARTCCs that make up the events. But I do think it's really cool, and I've gotten the chance to fly in some of the events that VAT USA partners with other divisions on the network for their Friday night ops. They've done several where the Floridian ARTCCs, Miami and Jacksonville, have partnered up with the Caribbean division, VATCAR, and we've done some flying from Florida down into the Caribbean, which has been really cool. We've done one with VATPAC, the Pacific Division, which is the division that oversees Oceania as well, and done an Australian, East Coast of Australia, Friday night ops event. It was FNO Down Under, which of course it's really what do we call it, an SMO, a Saturday morning ops for them, really. But But yeah, all these U.S. pilots, crazy amounts of U.S. pilots flying up and down the east coast of Australia as the VATPAC controllers all had their coffee out and their slippers on as they were controlling us on a bright and early on a Saturday morning for them. So that was a really cool event. But this kind of falls into that same category where it's a cool opportunity for VAT USA pilots to go do something a little bit different, and the procedures and phraseology and terminology are a little bit different from our airspace to yours. So it's an opportunity to kind of branch out and get a feel for some of those differences, some of which we'll kind of touch on tonight. But yeah, no, a really great opportunity to do something different than what we call the Core 20 or the Core 30 airports in the U.S. that the Friday Night Ops tend to feature. So again, thanks for.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fun one, I'm sure. So the primary airport that we're featuring in this event is Halifax. So give us kind of a brief overview of what the of what we have in store for us at the Halifax airport.
All right, you want to talk to that, Jack?
Got the airport diagram up in front of me.
Sure. So welcome to Halifax. We've got one really long runway 2305, and then one not as long, but still, she's there. That's 1432. We got our so that's almost 11,000 feet and 7,700. Airport elevation about 450 above sea level, give or take, depending on the area.
I think I cut it off the average elevation. I think I cut it off in the snip there, but probably up top.
Yeah, it's something like that. I'm just pulling
477 is the official, but each of the thresholds.
Yeah.
For all the difference it makes, if your sim shows it, because I know some of them do, some of them don't really, but there's a fair slope on runway 1432, heading down from the threshold of 32 to 14.
Oh yeah, even marked here. There you go.
Yeah, and we got our nice long Alpha taxiway that goes all the way along. Actually looks like that chart's on the older side. So at the very bottom there, it actually where it takes the turn into 05. That's actually Juliet, I believe.
Yeah, down by the threshold, it shows an A, but it's actually Juliet right now.
Yeah, so
that might be a bit of an old chart. Like the pavement still looks the same. It's just the designation is different. So if somebody going from the terminal apron and to the west of the intersection of the runways would be taxied down Alpha and Juliet, hold short of 05. Also kind of notable in some of the sceneries that are out there. If you look down taxiway Alpha, the first taxiway you'll encounter is Charlie. And sometimes, depending on how old your scenery is, that turn at Bravo, just southwest of that is actually considered Alpha, and that's the threshold of 05. The Juliet taxiway is a little bit on the newer side of it, and as the runway was extended a few years ago. Yeah, like Flight Sim FSX will still show threshold of 05 if you don't have any newer add-on scenery yet installed.
Right. Okay. Good to know.
As well,
if there's any. I'm sorry. Do we know if there's any freeware updates that?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of freeware scenery for FSX. There's quite a few different options for Halifax.
Gotcha.
And the newer sims all have it by default. And another thing is, before you close that, the little bit of foxtrot between 2.3 and 1.4, the one not connected at the very top there. Yeah, that little bit there going to your right. That there. Yeah, that's also not shown. That was built at the same time as Juliet, or similar time. So
yes, it was.
Gotcha. All right, very good. And I know that you guys had said that even though that Halifax is the only officially featured field in the event, that you guys have said that you're probably going to have Moncton staffed up pretty well as well. So kind of give us maybe the bird's eye view of what we're going to see there.
I want to talk just one little bit about Halifax that sort of causes a little bit of consternation for some of the pilots. Many of them want to fly ILSs, and they don't want to get involved in RNAV approaches. There's an ILS on 14 and an ILS Cat 2 on 23. but a localizer only on 05, meaning no glide path, and there is no localizer or ILS combination at all on runway 32. Now, if the weather on Friday, if you're using real world weather, just give me 1 second while I look at the forecast. We're looking for some dirty weather Friday, which will make it all the more exciting. Snow
Of course.
starting
Of course.
overnight into Friday morning and lasting right through until Saturday
Indeed.
evening. So chances are the winds are going to be out of the northeast. That means runway 05 will be the favored runway, and there's no glide path on it. So if you want glide path, you're going to have to do an RNAV Zulu with LPV or an RNAV Yankee. And if you can't do either of those, missed approach is very likely. Sorry, go on with Moncton now.
No, yeah, we'll kind of come back to some of the approach issues too.
Sorry,
so
I jumped
yeah,
the gun.
No, don't. Yeah, we're our agenda is a loosely sketched agenda. We're more than welcome to modify it as the topics come up. Don't worry about that. But yeah, let's get just the overview of what we will see here at our friend Moncton.
So when it comes to Moncton, we got same thing, one longer runway and one not as long runway. Though I believe they are shorter than the runways in Halifax. We don't have much when it comes to taxiways, just enough to keep everything connected. And I believe you're gonna have to correct me on this, Mike, but I'm not 100% sure where the actual passenger terminal is.
Yeah, if you see apron 8 VIII, that's the main terminal, so any of the passenger flights will normally go there. As a result, a lot of arrivals would like to use 06 or 24, wind dependent direction, because it just means a shorter taxi at the end of it. On the south side of runway 29, you'll see where the cargo aircraft and the GA aircraft are, and the Roman numerals are a little bit fuzzy on the screen I'm looking at, but apron 3 is where the flight college is. Most of the GA aircraft end up going in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you got all the way on the far right is Transport Canada, marked TC.
Gotcha.
That's our version of the FAA.
Sure. Oh, okay. Right. Gotcha. Now, I noticed in an X-plane, I had X-plane with Ortho 4 XP scenery, but I think there was some sort of a discrepancy. I flew into and out of Moncton kind of recently on the stream, and like the runway hadn't been extended. Is this extension somewhat new?
Yeah, the original runway when I joined Moncton Center all those years ago was 6,150 feet and ended right in the vicinity of Foxtrot.
Yeah, not too far past Foxtrot. Yeah, that's what we found.
So when they extended the runway to 10,000 feet, or being really accurate, 10,001, they did build a taxiway from apron 8 all the way up to there, but they really should have gone the extra 4,000 feet because it's hard to get departures out with a 4,000 foot backtrack when everybody's landing on 24.
Yeah, indeed, and that's one thing that I think we'll kind of touch on a little bit later in the discussion tonight. But there's a lot of situations in Canada where even at some of these busier airports, you have a lot of backtracking involved. So this is kind of example number 1 of that topic. So, all right, very good.
You say at some of these busier airports, the most traffic that Moncton gets is provincial and the flight college, which is all tiny little things.
Gotcha. Well, I have a feeling on Friday you're going to have quite a bit of traffic in Halifax.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
And a little more than real life, I think.
And that's right. And I think we're going to probably talk about like getting pilots prepared for the eventuality of holes and such. Before we get into that kind of stuff, I do want to take a moment and touch on some of the other opportunities for those of us who are not going to be flying major iron, as we call it, or heavy iron into and out of these events, and like to do tooling around of the airspace in general aviation type planes. Again, my live stream focuses more on general aviation, so it's kind of I'd be kind of doing it a disservice if I didn't mention it.
Well, we can certainly fill you in on some of the opportunities in the region.
Yeah, sure. So give me kind of a rundown of the major other fields that are in the area, kind of focusing not towered and non-towered, and Jack, if you happen to know if any of them are going to be staffed or planning to be staffed as well. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't really cover that in our pre-show notes, but if you happen to know if there's going to be staffing in any of them, that'd be good information. But anyway, give us an overview of what else you have in the area that we can focus on if we'd like to.
You want to take a whack at that, Mike?
Yeah, sure. We only have 3 towered airports in the Moncton region that are at least normally. Halifax, of course, Moncton, and Fredericton is the other, CYFC, and that's in the northeast part of your screen at the moment, right by that live area of live firing. Yeah, so that's Fredericton there, and you can see that restricted airspace just to the south of it. You're coming in, whether you're IFR or VFR, you'll be treated as not wanting to be in there.
Ah,
And although, like, let's say if you were going to go from Fredericton to Halifax or Fredericton to St. John, which is at the southeast corner of your screen right now, those tracks would put you through that. The controllers will tend to route you around it. So if you're not going to do your own flight planning, you can expect to get a reroute and some heads down time in the cockpit. So you see those airspaces. We don't normally act as though 720, CYR 720 and CYR 721 are active, so you can probably disregard those. But that one we do tend to play with. But
gotcha.
Fredericton, Moncton, and Halifax are our only towered airports. But you see that the end of the southeast end of that magenta line is St. John. That's a very common one as well. It's close to the Canada-U.S. border, and it's right on the coast there by the city of St. John. So that's a common point.
Okay.
And all of those airports into Halifax are fairly common. And if you go a little further northeast on the map, you'll look at Prince Edward Island and you'll see Charlottetown, which is the green dot there at the center of those blue rings.
That's a
Nope,
there.
carry on
Yep.
further east, right
Yep,
there.
There you go.
Yeah, Charlottetown, that's a beautiful spot. And heading straight down off runway 21 to Halifax or going west over off 28 going to Moncton. And if you look between those two blue circles there, right where your cursor is, zoom in there. A little further north now. There's right at the top of it, there's a little restricted area for those that are interested in VFR. That is the Confederation Bridge. It's the, what do they call it? The longest marine span over ice-covered waters, or something like that. It's about 8 miles long,
Oh, wow.
and the peak elevation on it at the navigation span is 200 feet. So it cost $1 billion. That's Canadian, so it's like what, $20 US?
It's a little more than that.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
you've got a
Anyway,
little bit better favorable conversion rate, but I guess it depends on the day or with the
yeah,
politics. But
they had to establish that little restricted airspace over it because somebody flew a helicopter underneath it. And
gotcha.
that was, yeah. Anyway,
The other joke
Fun.
the other
Something
joke
for
is,
off
do they
network.
have on the back of it, do they have printed how much it is in Canadian and how much it is in US? But yeah, no, I figure if you're going to spend $1 billion, you don't want pilots flying too close to it, so you put a restricted
exactly.
airspace up
Now,
there, right?
yeah, the only other place, if you're doing a VFR and you're looking for some mountains to fly around, I use the term jokingly mountains for the Maritimes, because really our land is pretty flat. There's nothing like the Rockies, or
Right.
we're at kind of at the northeast end of the Appalachians here, and nothing really gets big. The highest
Gotcha.
mountain we have is Mount Carlton in northwestern New Brunswick at 2690. But there's the Cape Breton Highlands. So if you go a little, oh yeah, this chart won't even show it because it kind of ends before you get to Sydney. But
Yeah.
Sydney, Nova Scotia is there, and a fairly common airport,
That's
right?
this one
That
out
green
here.
spot, yeah. Well, the Cape Breton Highlands are up in the shaded green area northwest of that.
Gotcha.
And if you like to fly the Cabot Trail, it's about 180 miles worth of highway that goes in a ring loop around that. Very scenic, but I don't know how it would look on Flight Simulator. But those are probably the larger airports that you could do VFR work, but there's several smaller ones.
Gotcha.
Debert, Nova Scotia is another one.
I'll interrupt you real quick just to
sure.
say this is where your opponent's coming from, Cape Breton, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, there's a rivalry between the Halifax Mooseheads, which, by the way, take their name from Moosehead beer because the Moosehead Brewery is the major sponsor, and the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles is the other team. And there's a sports rivalry that's been long running. That's why those two teams were picked, just for fun.
Good. Very good.
And I noticed someone put in the chat there, what's the name of the bridge again? That's the Confederation Bridge.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the name, didn't I?
I
think you said it.
Yeah, I think you said it.
And I have a few things to add.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Mike, I think you covered the Moncton FIR very well, but
Yes.
one thing that a lot of pilots miss is that we're both the Moncton and the Gander FIR, so we cover even more east of that. So
Okay.
we have got some more towered airports there. So we got Gander, which is very famous for what happened in
No, that's
no,
Goose Bay up there.
yeah, there
Gander
you
is
go. Second furthest east.
There we
There you
right
go.
go.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
I
Gander
did
there.
attempt to familiarize myself with the
Oh, you did pretty good.
geography so
Yeah,
that I
you'll
wouldn't
get
be
it.
completely fumbling around tonight. But
Yeah.
I am pretty weak in my my Canadian geography, so I
Historically,
apologize for that.
Gander was a big airport for transatlantic flights before they started making them with enough range that they wouldn't have to
Sure.
stop in Canada.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, there are some longer runways there than you might see at a otherwise lower populated area.
Yep.
Um,
10,200 feet according to
It's
the
also
chart.
yeah, exactly.
very famous for during 9/11 when all the Atlantic flights were grounded. Everything coming over
Yeah,
this way
that's where
stopped
everybody
there.
wound up. Yep.
It actually had
No, not everybody. A lot of them went there, and there's a couple
yeah,
of funny stories behind it. But Halifax, Moncton, everybody,
everyone.
because basically it was the start of what they call the westbound flow. So all the
Mm.
transatlantic flights coming across from Europe into North America when that all happened in Boston, well, the FAA, but they shut the door and said we're not taking any more flights, period. And so
Hmm.
there's 450 airplanes coming across the North Atlantic. We got to figure out where to put them. And Gander was, of course, the first stop, first place there. And I remember one of the Gander controllers spoke to a British Airways flight. And he said, you're not getting to JFK or whatever your destination is. You'll be rerouted to land in Gander. Advise ready to copy the route. And the pilots, well, we're not particularly interested in stopping in Gander. What are our options? And he said, well, I'll put it to you this way. Gander's a small town, 10,000 people. If you're one of the first to land there, you can get a hotel room. If not, we have no idea where you'll be spending the night. All right, what's the routing for Gander?
There
Direct,
we
I
go.
hope.
Yeah, and then
Indeed.
anyways, it got so much attention, and it ended up getting a musical written about it. Come From Away. I've been meaning to see it myself,
Yes,
but
I
with
remember
COVID.
hearing about that. Yeah.
A lot of people say it's really good.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can't wait to see it. But yeah, there are a few Gander, and then I think there's one or two other
Yeah.
towered
St.
airports around
John's,
there.
yeah, St. John's in Newfoundland, right there, that green one. That's the busiest airport in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Very well known for crappy weather, and by crappy weather, I mean ceiling 200 feet or less, and visibility of quarter mile or less, and 35 to 45 knots of wind at the same time.
Oh
Well,
It's
right
not
yeah.
now
you
they're
don't
reporting a
often,
broken layer at 3,200, so it's
yeah.
nice.
Oh, not bad weather.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look on the approach plates, that's very close to the coast, but it means that the land is actually it's very craggy. There are a
Mm.
lot of little hills and whatnot. In fact, off either end of the 1129, where both of those runways have a Category 3 ILS, you're looking at cliff sides like 3, 4, 500 feet.
Mm.
So
Oh,
there are mentions of extreme turbulence being reported by aircraft in certain conditions, and anytime you see the winds above 30 knots, you can expect that.
Gotcha.
So
And a matter of fact, that's where we're going to be starting our demo flight tonight. As soon as we wrap up the panel discussion, this is
perfect.
where I chose to go ahead and start up our CJ4, and then we'll fly down the coast and head into
yeah,
final
there you go.
action there.
The other one, a little further removed, way up north, is Goose Bay. That's a,
Right.
military training base,
Yeah.
and it was another common. It still is another common stop for gas coming
Mm-hmm.
in off the Atlantic or going out
Yeah,
to it.
I did a series on my live stream where we took our DC-3 from Baltimore, Maryland, up and over the North Atlantic, and
Oh, there you go.
Oh wow.
Goose Bay was our stop when
Prime target.
we came through this way. Yep.
Yeah, that's a flight and a half.
It wound up being a year and 9 months, 33 episodes, 57 legs over
Oh
15,000
my.
miles. We took it all the way up over the North Atlantic, and then we did down through Europe, and then we did basically a Mediterranean coast and island tour, and then came back up and over.
Oh,
So
that's
Also,
yeah,
that's
awesome.
pulling content
it
out of
was a
thin air. Wow, that's
yeah,
impressive.
it was a lot of fun. Yeah, we actually
Dedication
just
to the
finished up
craft.
that series on New Year's Day this year. So yeah, but that
Ah,
was great, and
perfect timing.
we did come through Goose Bay both times. Goose Bay to Moncton, by the way. That was kind of our leg in both directions to get us up and prepared to head on over to the
All right.
over the Labrador and into Greenland. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, Goose Bay is one that at least my stream viewers have seen a few times.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway,
let's
continue. Sorry.
those are the major airports in the region. Now we don't have a whole lot of structure because these aren't airports that normally see the volume like Toronto or Boston or anything like
Right.
that. Halifax and St. John's are the only two airports in our region that have stars. Am I getting ahead of the game here on this?
We'll talk about stars in just a few, actually, but
Then you carry on for that, and
yeah, no
let
problem.
me know.
And we did kind of we talked about some of the other smaller GA opportunities. Now, you did mention St. John, and I think at one point we also mentioned St. John's. And I wanted to have you guys circle back on that because certainly I've kind of already in the pre-flight notes messed that up a few times, and it sounds like it's two separate locations that are easily confused for one another. So,
Mind if I take
go
that,
ahead
Mike?
Go ahead.
Go ahead and set the record straight on that, if you would, please.
So, pretty much right in the center of your screen there, a little to the north though, you got St. John, singular. Charlie Yankee Sierra Charlie Yankee Sierra Juliet.
Okay, that's that one.
Yeah, that's right in front there. And then all the way on the eastern end there, we got St. John's, which Charlie Yankee Tango.
Right.
Both amazing airports, love 'em both. St. John is non-towered,
Okay, right.
and St. John's is a full international airport, got terminal and everything. So
Gotcha.
The
little on the different
important,
side.
yeah, the important detail there is when you're looking for instrument approach procedures, you're if you're going to St. John, New Brunswick, which is the left side of that magenta line, you're looking for CYSJ, and as Jack pointed out earlier, spelled SAINT.
Yeah,
John.
you pointed that out
It
to
will
me, and
never be abbreviated ever.
Right,
I saw that, and
and
it
the
looks
other
like
one.
it looks like SkyVector gets that right, so that's the
Yeah, they
good
do.
news.
Hey, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah.
Impressive.
And the other end of that line is always abbreviated as ST John
John's.
apostrophe S.
S. Okay, right.
Yeah.
And so
That's
it's
not the
John.
only unfortunate coincidence we have in the region, actually, because
Right. Yeah, I wanted
there's a
to circle back on
Charlottetown,
that.
Newfoundland and Labrador, which is up northeast of Goose Bay, and there's a Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Both are spelled the same, and in fact, the note says confirm correct province, because another unfortunate coincidence between those two is they both have runway 1028.
Oh, now yeah, what was the other one? CYYG, and what's the other one?
Trying to think. The designator's escaping me at the moment, but it's.
Where is it?
Just a second now. I'll find
See
it.
if I can find.
Yeah. While he's looking for that, a little
yeah,
confusion that we have.
You said that there was
between...
another kind of a little bit more
Yeah.
interesting confusion
So we
that
have
comes up.
So we have Sydney here, Charlie Yankee, Quebec Yankee. But surprisingly enough, it somehow gets confused with Sydney, Australia every once in a while. So
Okay.
occasionally you'll see.
Explain that to me, because
occasionally you'll see in the news people.
Because they are 9,000 miles apart. So explain to me how.
Occasionally in the news you'll see people who were looking for flights to Sydney, Australia, and were saying, "Oh my God, this flight's so cheap, I'm gonna fly this one." And then they end up in the wrong country.
Every summer.
It's
every
goodness.
News item in the papers and on the TV about some couple who did this, and they get here and they were expecting, hot temperatures and poisonous snakes, and they get to St. John, or Sydney, Nova Scotia. What the hell? Now, on the plus side, Cape Bretoners are some of the friendliest people you'll encounter.
Oh yeah, they're great.
That is amazing. That is amazing. All right, yeah. So that seems a little odd to me that those might be confused for one another, but that's good to know. And if I ever do decide to travel to the land down under, I'll be very careful how I book that. Or maybe I'll convince the wife that maybe this is the Sydney that we do want to see.
This is not the Sydney you're looking for.
Right. Exactly.
Well, it's a shorter plane ride.
Yes,
fair.
That's true.
This may be the Sydney you're looking for.
Now, I have to backtrack on something I said earlier. I was talking about Charlottetown, Newfoundland, which is Charlie Hotel 4.
Okay,
it's up in Labrador, actually. NL is Newfoundland and Labrador. So there's two land masses, one the island and one the northeast part of Canada.
What did I end up
on?
CCH4. So there should be the red dot there. Oh, that's showing as
CYCA. I missed it. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
It's back
Anyway,
up.
I have to backtrack because as I look at the newer approach plate that came out sometime recently, they actually have runway 927 now, 0927 versus
very good.
1028. So that way you'll know there's a difference if you're looking at the wrong one. That's anyway.
Little clarification.
Some of your American viewers might hear some of us in Canada or the controllers say things like runway 05, runway 06.
Yep.
We always pronounce the 0.
Yeah, we would. Yeah, in the U.S., in the States, we typically drop that leading 0 if it's
Yeah.
a runway number that's less
Yeah.
than 10. Yep, indeed.
As well as, actually, I think we'll get onto that later, but because a lot of the viewers and pilots are American, as this is kind of a VAT USA event, there are some definite differences between how us Canadian controllers give clearances and stuff and how you do it in the States.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so we definitely want to cover that as well. As a matter of fact, is that a good topic to branch into right now before we kind of get into the specific procedures into and out? Let's back up a
Sure.
step, because I don't think the other thing that I wanted to point out, and I think we wound up kind of skipping over, but we'll circle back to, is the availability of charts. And certainly there are a lot of U.S. pilots that do have the Navigraph desktop chart app, and that's one that I typically use when I'm outside of the States. So, certainly you have this ability to pull up all the aerodrome charts this way.
All of our charts are on there. And if you're looking at, like, you pull up the star there, if you're ever on
stars,
the star tab far left, if you're ever looking, it's not that Navigraph doesn't have any of the stars, it's just that we don't have many. I think, as Mike said, it's only St. John's.
St. John's, Newfoundland, and Halifax.
Yeah, those are the only 2 airports that have stars.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
we have talked about possibilities in real world in the past at Moncton and again at Fredericton. Moncton is certainly less volume than Halifax, but it is the second busiest airport in the Moncton region. And we've just decided that as controllers, we kept saying that we can better serve them without stars, serve the aircraft operators without stars. The other one was Fredericton, and the real reason behind that was that restricted airspace.
Actually, if you
because
pull up
that is
Fredericton,
so close to Fredericton, it gets in the way an awful lot. So there was talk about doing it, but ultimately we decided
Foxtrot Charlie.
Gotcha.
If you pull up Fredericton and you take a look on their approach plates, let's see, which one is it? I think runway 9. I think let's have to. Yeah, so it's all the way there in the east on no. And that's your first fix for the ILS, and that will bring you all the way around, across the departure path, and in for the approach. Wow. And so that's just to get away from because you can't come in. From like where Newgum is on the left, you can't come in on the other side of the T-fix.
Yeah. Now that transition, as it's called, is what they technically call it a feeder route, and that's to get you from the an en route navigation from the southeast, like from Halifax to Fredericton, for example. You would go over Nosal and then follow that course around. If you were coming from Moncton or somewhere like Miramichi, somewhere northeast of Fredericton, you wouldn't have to go down to Nosal and come all the way back up. But your FMS will show transitions available for this approach, and they'll show Nosal on one side, they'll show Hadri on another. But what a pilot would do is they would load that approach, that transition from Nosal, and then go direct to VESB or OMPAP, whatever the controller cleared you to. Yes, you're drawing it perfectly. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. So you wouldn't have to go southeast and come back up to the northwest to do it. You could just go straight to it.
Yeah. Even sometimes just to VIBMA there, just because, as it says, not to scale, Nosal is a little bit further down.
And I noticed the dotted line that I drew here did come right through the restricted airspace, so that was not exactly the right spot, but that's okay. Again, because all this stuff over here to the right was not the scale, so but still. All right, very good. But in talking about the charts specifically, and I wanted to mention the availability of charts for those who don't have Navigraph subscriptions. I just wanted to mention that the CYYT-CYHZ CZQM.ca, the
You're
Moncton
talking
FIR
to Canadians now. It's
website.
CZQM.
CZQM. Okay, no, I'm talking to Americans. So so when
Oh,
you say
true,
Z, I have
true.
to.
Yeah, Jack.
When you say Z, I have to translate for you. So.
My bad. My bad.
Charlie Zulu Quebec Mike. How's that? Let's talk international language.
There we go.
Or we can say vatcan.ca and go to the
that's
FIR
true.
link from there. Then you have to avoid the whole ZZ issue altogether.
There you go. There you go. So that's actually a good point. We can go to vatcan.ca and show all of the resources that they have here.
So under FIRs on the left, we got Moncton Gander.
Moncton Gander, and there we go.
That's not Gander Oceanic. That's not
right.
us.
Yes, that's the across the pond people. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's them. And we will, when they're not online, we will, depends on the controller, but most of the time we will give you your Oceanic clearance.
Very good.
Our center controllers have enough Oceanic training to give clearances, but like not actual.
And they don't do the separation over the oceanic airspace.
You're cleared, now be gone with you.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of we'll give you clearance and wash your hands of you.
You're cleared, now best of luck. Don't hit anybody.
And in normal situations, what will happen for your Oceanic clearance is we'll send, like, while you're in our airspace, we'll send you over to Gander Oceanic, and you'll get your clearance, and then you'll come back to our frequency until you're at your track.
Right. Gotcha. But anyway, so the reason that I brought the website up was because you guys do have a tab here called charts, and this is the entire set of aerodrome charts for Halifax and for Moncton, and even down here for Fredericton and several of the others that we mentioned. St. John's is also here, and Gander and Goose Bay and some of the other ones that we mentioned in the discussion earlier. So for U.S. pilots that don't have a Navigraph subscription, this is a resource that you can come to. CZQM.ca.
If you're taking a look, if you scroll down, I think the first one would be Greenwood there, next one down, next airport. Not one more. There you go, CFB Greenwood. So CFB is Canadian Forces Base.
Okay.
So and so if any of the charts have DND at the end, nothing special. It just means it's Department of National Defense has published it instead of Nav Canada.
Technically speaking, civilians shouldn't be flying them, but we don't enforce that in VATCAN.
Sure.
No.
Right.
But there is a Greenwood, I believe, is a helicopter only, anyways. So.
Gotcha.
No, Shearwater is. Greenwood has 8,000 foot runways. Yeah.
Shearwater is our helicopter only.
Gotcha.
And so that's we got I don't remember the exact runways, but they have H suffixes at the end.
Yeah, because I didn't even remember what it stands for, but it's called a FATO instead of a runway, but it looks remarkably like a runway, and because it actually was a runway.
Interesting.
Yeah, the pilots make fun of it too.
That's just I love, and we were talking earlier about the tour that I did where I kind of came up through the area and back, and I've loved this Eastern Canadian airspace just because I've encountered so many things that I don't encounter anywhere else.
We got some weird little things.
Yeah, the one thing that I encountered was a Victor Airway that was half an NDB, half a VOR radial, and I'd never seen that anywhere else.
Well, it's funny. I joined ATC in 91, and during our course there, one of our instructors was trying to give all the basics for those who weren't so initiated. And they talked about NDBs on airways and NDB approaches. And he's recounted a story that he said he found in a flight technical manual, or training manual rather, from the U.S. And they talked about VORs and Vortax and ILSs and everything. And then they had this little side note about NDBs. And they said, so this is back in 91, so 30 years ago. They said NDBs, some third world nations still base instrument approach procedures on NDBs.
There we go.
The real insulting part about that is we still have NDB approaches now in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
I perform many of them on my stream, and to find them in the U.S. anymore is it's getting more and more challenging just to find them.
Realistically speaking, you do an NDB approach. If you're anywhere near the runway when you break out, my hat's off to you because
they're fun. They're fun, and especially, you don't have that GPS as a backup. You can really kind
Yeah.
of just figure out where you are based on this little swinging arrow. Now, the good thing about the sim is that the swinging arrow doesn't swing as poorly and badly as it would in
That's
the real
right.
world.
Yeah, it's
It's a
almost
little bit,
perfectly
it's a
mimicked,
little bit more reliable. So
Yeah.
we get to cheat a little bit in the sim. I was trying to describe. Someone was like, "Well, why don't autopilots have a mode where you can track directly to an NDB?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't know the answer, but the NDBs are on the same band that commercial AM stations are on. So if you've ever been driving in your car, first of all, if you're older than about 35, because if you're younger than 35, you don't even know what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
But if you've ever been driving in your car tuned in to an AM radio station and you hear how it fuzzes in and out like all the time and it's constantly scrambling, and half the time you're not sure what they're saying or you can't really hear the music because there's just so much static and interference. That's why your autopilot can't lock onto that.
Yeah, the upper end of the LFMF band for NDBs is somewhere around five. The number 530 is in my memory
Mhm.
because 520, I think. Yeah, I think it was 520. But we had the lower end of your AM radio would be 530, and one of our
Right.
NDBs in our region was broadcasting on 530, so you could pick it up in your car.
In your
For
car,
all the
nice.
use it would be, but they ended up
If you
changing it.
want to
It's now
hear some
down to
constant
520.
beeping, right?
Yeah, beep, 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 beep. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Let us kind of branch into the meat of the discussion that we really intended to focus this on, which is we're only 51 minutes into the discussion, so I guess let's
Oh yeah, we're
get
just
to it
getting
finally.
warmed up.
But let's talk
I got a
about
mojo going.
let's talk about the arrivals into Halifax, and of course, I know you said that Halifax is one of the few airports that you have in this area that have
Yeah,
published arrivals.
it is the busiest airport and the biggest. This is the most pertinent for most of your users tonight.
Right. And I think
Yeah.
that for Friday, I think we can probably definitely expect, and the matter of fact, in the U.S., VATUSA has gone away from, since the advent of the COVID lockdowns, and then later in 2020, we had the advent of Flight Sim 2020, which brought a lot of new folks into the hobby. Both of those things together have kind of forced VATUSA to get away from doing kind of single field Friday night ops events, just because traffic levels have gotten to the point where they're very, very insane.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm saying at least a prayer or two for all of you guys coming into Friday night, as far as keeping your sanity and your wits about you. But one thing that you said, Jack, as in your notes to me as we were passing these back and forth, was there's a very, very good chance, almost a definite chance, that there will be some holding.
I'll say a guarantee, because we can only do an arrival or a departure every 3 minutes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
So there's going to be a
where
lot
we
of
only
holding.
have single runways, the issue becomes a runway acceptance rate, and the really inconvenient truth about this is where the taxiways are located. You're landing a jet on, let's say, runway 05, and if you have it set for maximum auto brake and you put the binders on them when you get on the runway, the good news is you're going to stop about midway. You got the airport chart there, midway between Charlie and Delta.
Right.
And then you got to take 2 more minutes to get off the runway because you're taxiing at 10 knots. So we strongly encourage, if we're using runway 05, the
Just
arrivals
keep
will
going.
taxi down Alpha. You can plan to exit on Delta. You're not getting off on Charlie
Yeah.
because you'll be nose to nose with the next departure.
Yeah, exactly. Roll it long and get off my runway.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
how-
well,
if we do
that's
it,
really it, because
Yeah.
otherwise we got to put arrivals 5, 6, 7 miles apart. And if any of your viewers have worked as an arrival controller, you often have to work a lot harder to put arrivals 7 miles apart than 3 miles apart.
Yes, indeed.
and if you pull up your drawing thing again, our most likely flow for taxiing around Halifax will be, so everyone, as you can see, you got the passenger terminal with all our jetways
Way up there,
up there. Yep, that's that. And then everything along Alpha there is all of our GA stuff. And so the most likely flow will be everyone will come down along Alpha. This is if we're running 05, everyone will be coming down along Alpha. And
whether they're taxiing for 05 departure or having landed on 05 and going to GA, they'll go Delta and Alpha.
Yeah, so it'll just be then up the runway and off delta. So that'll be just that clockwise flow. So
Gotcha. So
pretty
there's
much even
no
like
sense, even if you're a smaller GA plane, there's no sense in even trying to get off at Charlie.
no.
Well, it depends on where you're going. If you're right at the southwest corner of your GA bracket there, if that's your destination, Charlie will work well.
Or even apron 2 or 3 there down at the
So
very
far
south,
southwest, yeah.
far
okay.
southwest there. So
Yeah.
you can maybe only turn left out of there, really. No right turns.
Gotcha.
No right on red. So
Right. Very good. Okay, so that's good to know. So for the most part, the commercial rivals really need to kind of let it roll along, because you're going to expect not to even worry about exiting until you get all the way down to Delta.
that's right.
Okay.
You want to
good.
talk about stars?
Yeah, let's back up and talk about those, because I want to talk about the published holds that that you're really
There we go.
going
Yeah.
to be counting
Bring
on
up
our
the-
pilots to be familiar with.
Yeah, bring up the fundy arrival. That's the most pertinent. Most of the rivals will be using that.
May as well grab both the rival transitions.
Okay, we'll start with that slide. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the two entry points to this, one is at Ebony and one is at Alex. And I suspect any arrival coming from U.S. territory is probably going to take the Alex transition. If you're coming from Boston, LaGuardia, JFK, Newark, whatever, and coming in, you're going to go over Alex. Going up to Fundy just means adding a few extra track miles and a 60-degree turn. Well, that's kind of an exaggeration. Either way, just for curiosity's sake, the Ebony transition for that arrival usually serves Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, anything coming in that way. So Canadian points of origin.
So we'll draw the maple leaf here.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
So banner, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll just detail a little bit about the Alex transition, since that's the most likely one for American pilots to fly. So you'd come in over Alex, and as you get close to the point at MoveOx there on the far right side, that's the point where you will branch off to the various runways. So we'll just keep this for now. And BAFTI is a point just ahead of that. Actually, go back to the transition there.
Yeah, so BAFTI is
there. It is. Here. Okay. Yeah. So BAFTI, that was an abbreviation for Bay of Fundy, and it kind of got put on the wrong fix by accident, because we were planning to put it up where EBKIT is, but the AIM people, aeronautical information people, mixed it up. Either way. So BAFTI has a published hold. It's right-hand turns, maximum 265. And if it comes time to hold, there's also a published hold at MoveOx, but that's less likely to be used if we're holding traffic coming in an en route sense.
Because you're going to want to hold them before that merge point, more than likely.
Probably. So what you'll hear from the controllers will be cleared to BAFTI to hold as published.
Right.
So your FMS should have a published hold available at BAFTI, and if it isn't, you're going to have to hand bomb it in there. But BAFTI will be the clearance limit, and you do that right-hand turn and whatever altitude you're assigned at. Right. They won't give you an expect further clearance, except they'll give you a time, but they won't give you a routing, because the routing is the star you've already filed. Gotcha. Unless they're going to change that, then they'll give you a different routing. But so cleared to BAFTI, hold as filed, cleared to BAFTI, maintain flight level 200, hold as published.
Now, one thing I noticed is not published is the leg length. You guys go with the kind of the standard 1 minute.
That's exactly right. If it's not published anywhere different,
265.
Yeah. If it's not published anywhere different. Now, as a pilot, by the way, you can ask for 2-minute legs if you don't want to do as many holes or turns while you're screwing holes in the sky.
Right.
You know, whatever.
And especially for the pilots that are having to do the holds, if their FMC isn't set up to do them properly, and they're having to do them with a heading bug.
Whereas whereas the FMS is published to do it or set up to do it properly, it's probably best just to leave well enough alone and let it do its thing.
Right. Yeah.
That was like me when I was doing a flight into your airspace when you were controlling, I think it was Dulles or something like that. I was in the circuit, and you had me doing Loop,
He
loop, and
was-
loop, and loop, and loop.
Make right 360. Well, he was VFR, Mike, at the time,
Yeah.
and I was trying to sequence him in with some IFR arrivals, and it was basically one of those make continuous we make right hand 360s until further advised.
Yeah, I had my flight panel set up, so I was just hand cranking. And I just kept pretty much.
Yeah, you ever do Little League Baseball where you have the little drill where you have the kid like hold the bat and they spin around it with their hand on the that was basically what we were doing to him.
Yeah. Well, it was at one point I accidentally cranked it past the south mark, or like all the way below me, and so I started turning the other way.
Well, you stayed out of my way because I didn't notice.
I made it
Anyway,
work.
so there you go.
Yeah.
Hold that's published. So that's kind of
Right.
what you want to look for. You'll see the racetrack pattern. It tells you whether it's a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn. For example, you can see the one up here at EBKID.
Yeah, the
US
EBKID one, we
arrivals.
made a left hand because obviously that's traffic converging with you. We don't want to see you overlapping holds. So the EBKID hold is left hand. If you do end up coming in from one of our popular Canadian destinations, or from Alex on that arrival, the BAFD is right hand. Now, if the Halifax arrival controller gets really busy and needs some holding, probably the first few aircraft are going to be held at MoveOx. Subsequent arrivals are going to be pushed back to BAFD.
Gotcha.
And we'll have you stacked up 1,000 feet in between you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now, the other star from the west that you might see is the Peggy arrival. Peggy is named after Peggy's Cove, and anybody going to Nova Scotia should really visit that place because it's a beautiful spot on the Atlantic. But if you call up the transitions, the other slide right there, there's one from the extreme south. There is from Ellery. That would be places or aircraft coming up from the Caribbean, from Bermuda.
Okay, well.
Dominican Republic, whatever. Probably not a lot of FNO participants will be coming from that way.
From the water.
Most of them would be coming from, I suspect, Newark, LaGuardia, Boston, whatever. You could go direct Tusky, which is not drawn to scale. It's actually 67 West, which is on the international boundary. Yeah, it's a little further out. But it's the same setup again. You're going Tusky and you're going direct to Etgar. There is a published hold at Etgar, nothing in between. If anybody coming in on the Peggy arrival is going to be held and it's not at Etgar, it's going to be an on-the-fly hold. So they might tell you to hold, 60 miles from Etgar, left-hand, right-hand turns, probably right-hand turns, some distance or whatever, and then the pilot will have to program that hold. So I would advise, if you're given a hold and you don't know how to program it, let the controller know as soon as possible.
Right, and
that gives us an opportunity.
That, minus 60. Sometimes that depends on the FMC,
right? Yeah,
how it works. So
exactly. So you
have in the working title CJ4. It's the working title CJ4. That's the format I know.
Okay, that's good to know. Actually, I don't pilot license, yes, and a lot of information, yes, but I don't have much in the way of an FMC knowledge.
Also, when it comes to holds, Mike literally wrote the book on holds. He wrote probably about 100. I don't know how long it is, but probably about 100-page documentation on holds.
You think if I speak too much, you should see me write.
Oh God. Yeah, probably about 100. Yes, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to holds because he wrote the book on holds.
Gotcha.
But all of our arrivals will either be on the Fundy, the Peggy, or I'm guessing once we're done with the Peggy here, next one will be the Cabot. All of our arrivals will be on one of those.
Gotcha.
Yeah, actually, let's go with this slide right here because this will probably be the one of the more commonly ones used. These are the transition points from the Fundy arrival. So you come in from Ebony, or like I say, most likely from Alex. You'll go to MoveOx, and from here is where you split off to the various runways. And this slide is perfect because it gives us a chance to talk about a few things. And I apologize to the American viewers because I haven't looked at a lot of the way your arrivals are published. So I can't speak to all of the differences. All I can tell you is what we see here.
Well, I can speak, and I can say that we've touched on in some of these panels in the past. But the one thing that we kind of keep hitting on every panel, more or less, is that a lot of these stars have these points where you are supposed to pass a certain point, and then you continue on a certain track or a certain heading, and there's a tendency on pilots that are newer to VATSIM that are coming from where they've mostly flown in a single pilot environment, flying on them, for themselves or flying with AI ATC, that tend to put this into their FMC, and then they delete the discontinuity.
Yeah,
and the thing takes
that's
it right to
one of the things I was going to talk on, because that is, we have some very helpful YouTube tutorials out there, but the first thing they do is they tell you how to fix discontinuities and quote unquote fix them.
Yes,
the timing is very important.
Yes.
So let's presume we're using runway 05 as it's a good starting point in the discussion anyway.
Sure.
So if you go from MoveOx and you're using runway 05, you're going to go MoveOx direct to Oddcast, and then you'll notice on the approach plates for 05, whether it be the localizer, the RNAV Zulu, the RNAV Yankee, they all use Oddcast as an intermediate fix or an intermediate waypoint. So you will join that approach at Oddcast. Notice there's Horo, which is a left base. It does not go over Horo. It goes over Oddcast.
Right.
So that is Horo and Obnom will be if you're not on arrival.
Well, yeah, sort of. There's some some things to talk about there as well.
Of course.
But we'll say for a closed arrival, you're going to you won't have that discontinuity. It'll go MoveOx, Oddcast, and then Midic, which is LOPMA, which is the final approach fix for runway 05. So that's a closed arrival. You'll just go from the star right onto the approach. Now the other three runways.
Far left one. You got it.
That's good.
I've lost it.
So let's go back right there. That's good. The other three runways are all what we call open stars, and I'm going to assume you have the same or similar terminology in the U.S. The other most common runway to look for, just because it's longer in length and a lot of the heavy iron, as you put it earlier, wants to use it. Let's go from MoveOx for runway 23, the opposite end of it.
Right.
So you go from MoveOx to LOGPO. And the interesting thing to note about LOGPO is it is the start of the RNAV Yankee, or the RNAV RNP approach procedure, which has the RF segment, the radius to fixed turn to final.
Gotcha. RNAV RNP, which one is it?
Which is 23. I can't see it there. Ooh, is it there?
That's GNS. Here it is.
RNAV, yeah, there it is. RNAV Yankee runway 23. So you'll see from LOGPO it goes in onto the arc. So you'll notice that LOGPO has an at altitude. So it's at 5,000, not 5,000 or above, not 5 or below. It's at 5,000.
Yep.
If you're planning to fly the RNAV Yankee on 23, there is an altitude restriction on the star that says be at LOGPO at 5,000.
Yeah.
But
and also, advise the ATC ahead of time if you're going to do RNAV Yankee.
Yeah, let the controller know, the arrival controller. So when you dial up Halifax approach, let them know what approach you're planning. They may advertise RNAV on 5, but let them know you're doing the RNAV Zulu or RNAV Yankee if that's what your plans are.
Yeah, interesting. So the notes over here.
That is exactly what it's getting to. Your descent
almost
planning
they worded
notes.
they worded in the exact opposite way. If you're not doing that, the hard altitude restriction is not applicable, is actually the way they worded it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they chose that, but that's what they chose, and that was determined by the way, a group not only of AIM, the Aeronautical Information Management people, but it was actually more the users. They asked for it to be worded this way, so that's the way it's on it. And by users, I mean Canadian airlines who were planning to fly these things.
Gotcha.
So if you're not planning an RNAV Yankee, then that 5,000 foot restriction does not apply. The 210 knots does. So now the next fix on that would be deuter. And right there, that's where you'll go for the ILS or the RNAV Zulu approach. And then it has this, what they call a VM leg in the FMS terms, or a vector leg.
Right.
So if you do not receive an approach clearance prior to reaching deuter, you are to carry on heading 053.
Yep.
And the controllers here should be aware that they can't just, drop an approach clearance on you half a mile from deuter and expect you to make the turn.
Right.
So they should be aware that that's the case. Anyway, if you looked at the ILS or RNAV Zulu plate, deuter is on that. And there's an interesting little nuance. Go back, see if you can find the RNAV Zulu
Close up some
for
of the stuff
23.
that we're done talking with. RNAV Zulu.
23. It's
Right
going to be down at the bottom.
Third from the bottom in Halifax. Yeah, right there.
There we go.
So if you bring that up, you're going to see that deuter is on the approach as well. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing for somebody who doesn't know how to program the FMS on it. So you saw on the arrival that deuter is there, and then there's that vector leg. Well, deuter is on our approach as well. So if you are cleared for the approach prior to reaching deuter, then you can take out that discontinuity, and your FMS will be different ways. It will have different ways of doing it. In some of them, you'll have deuter, and then the next line will be discontinuity, and then deuter, and then Lyros and Midic. What you would do is you would take the deuter on the approach and put it over the deuter on the arrival, and it will take out the discontinuity and join those 2 points. Interestingly, also, you see under deuter, there's a little box. It says 4,000 or above and a maximum speed of 210. Now, if you look at the star, those restrictions are not on the star plate.
Gotcha. So this only applies if you're performing this particular approach.
Right. So if you're doing the RNAV Zulu or ILS via deuter, you will have to be 4,000 or above at deuter. You can't just drop it down to 3,000 or something like that.
Gotcha.
Only exception is if you find the visual, which by the look of the weather, it's not going to be the visual.
I wouldn't count on that one. I was just looking earlier. My statement predicting runway 05 with northeast winds, it's probably going to be pretty close. The winds are forecast right now, this is 5 days ahead still, to be out of the north. But I suspect, given the nature of that system, it'll probably be northeast. So we'll be looking at 05. 32 is your only other option for that wind, and it's still going to be the same thing that you'll face. So that's the difference between an open star and a closed star. The closed star in 05 goes right from that bedpost fix, splits to odd cast, and joins the approach directly. And you as a pilot will not see you won't see a disconnect leg between those. Or if you do, when you get your approach clearance, you can just delete that disconnect leg and go right to odd cast when you're cleared for the approach. Whereas the open, you have to join that deuter on the star with deuter on the approach.
Yep. I don't know if in controller speak, if in U.S. controller speak, they refer to those as open and closed stars. Because
I was wondering
I've heard
actually.
that specific terminology. They may, but it's not terminology that I've heard before. But certainly the difference between a situation where you get to a point and you're at oddcast cleared ILS blah 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 versus versus on the other end, it's after depart deuter heading 053 or whatever. It's that what we say in the U.S. ones is whenever in the text description you see the words expect vectors, that's pretty much your red flag that if you have a discontinuity and you leave it there.
Okay. Yeah, this is, I guess, kind of the same thing without the direct, the wording for the direction.
Yeah, the terminologies of the clearance is a little bit different. So, but other than that, it's very similar concepts for sure.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention that's important, a difference between Canadian and U.S. procedures. Let's say you're happily flying along from MoveOx to Oddcast, and you check in with the Halifax arrival controller. I've been coaching people when if you want to keep somebody descending and you really haven't decided what altitude to give them, but you want to give them lower. 6,000 feet is great because it's 1,000 above our SIDS, which we'll talk about later. So let's say you're given 6,000 on initial contact. Actually, there's one more point that should be mentioned. At some point prior to MoveOx, a controller should tell your pilot runway 05 or runway 23. And that might come from the center controller, that might come from the arrival controller. But that's your cue to tell the FMS what runway to set up for, so you don't plan runway
which branch of these you should be flying.
Right.
The other thing
it's very common when 32 or 23 are in use, where a pilot will get to MoveOx and you'll make a right turn to Oddcast, and sometimes it's because your FMS picks a default runway, which happens to be the lowest number, which is 05.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
indeed.
And other times it's because somebody didn't really think about it.
Right, or wasn't familiar enough to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course,
So, yep,
our ATISs will be up, so you should be
that's
able to.
exactly the point I was just about to make. Was in addition to the center controller giving you that, descend clearance with the runway transition indicated, it should be in the ATIS as well, so you'll have an idea.
And
coming
one
in.
note about ATISs is our current software is limited by some issues with audio for VATSIM. So we are we currently do not have voice ATISs. It's all by text.
So double click it in the pilot client and read it in the message
Just double
box.
click it and it'll come up there. There's a chance that some of our controllers are testing out, doing some alpha testing for us using some other software, but that's very unlikely that we're going to be using that throughout the event. So just use text ATIS only.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So as I was originally going to say is you're happily chugging along from MoveOx down to Oddcast and you're cleared down to 6,000 feet and your friendly air traffic controller says you're cleared RNAV Zulu runway 05 approach. What are you as a pilot allowed to do now? It's my understanding that in the U.S., you don't descend below 6,000 until the controller gives you something lower.
Well, if they say cleared approach, then you can legally go to any published altitude on that approach.
That's how Canadians look at it.
Okay.
But perfect. I can say from my experience on VATSIM and also from the experience in the real world that many American pilots, and I don't fault them for this because it's like I said, as I understood it was a difference in the rules, but many pilots will level off at 6,000 if that was their last cleared altitude, and then eventually, somewhat impatiently, ask a controller like, any chance of getting lower, because we're trying to land and we kind of need to descend to do that. And the controller is thinking, well, I cleared you for the approach, what more do you want?
Yeah,
and
so
I
there's
think
always that may be a disconnect between VATSIM pilots, but as far as my understanding is, even in the U.S., once you hear the words cleared for the approach, cleared for the blank approach, you're good to go to whatever published altitudes are on that approach.
Like I said, there were a lot of real-world pilots we had similar conversations with.
Interesting.
So I don't know what the procedure difference is. All I'm here to say right now is in Canada, when you hear cleared for an approach, your last assigned altitude now means nothing. You look for the approach plates to see where the next lower altitudes you can go to are.
Yep.
You would look at things like your MSA, your 25-mile safe altitudes. You would look at any transition altitudes. So look at that approach there. If you were cleared for the, right there, that one from Obnom. That's all right.
Just a little fumbling around with it, but let me just get it back in front of me.
So from Obnom, right south center there, if you were coming in from the east and you were going over Obnom, you would have to cross Obnom at 4,000 or above. Once past that, you can descend as low as 3,000. And then once you make that turn at Oddcast onto final, then you follow the descent path from there.
Yep.
So when you're cleared for the approach, if you have an open star, that means you can now join the star to the approach and delete that discontinuity, and you can descend according to those altitudes that are published.
Yep, very good. Let's talk. We did touch on, I think, ground operations pretty well through earlier when we were looking at the airport diagram. Just because we're starting to run short on time, I know we wanted to talk about departures, and in the conversation about departures, I also think we should probably touch on the format of the clearance, because in the U.S., we're always used to hearing that what we call CRAFT acronym, cleared to via the route, via the altitude, via the departure frequency, and then the transponder code. And I think you guys do a little bit more of an abbreviated IFR clearance usually, and kind of maybe talk us through what how that's
not that different. In Canada, you will get cleared to as your clearance limit, which is usually the destination airport, and we'll put the SID in next, then the flight plan route, which is a difference. You guys say as filed, we say flight plan route.
Sure.
And I don't care if you read back as filed, I'm going to acknowledge that as correct. Because the term means the same thing. It's just one of these silly little differences that one jurisdiction does over another.
It's good to point out the difference, though, because especially if it's a busy frequency and pilots have a lot of background noise going on, distractions, they're looking at live streams and whatnot. If they hear that flight plan route and they're not used to hearing it, they're not expecting to hear it.
They may not understand what it means, but I'll say this: the American pilots that I've seen on VATSIM, not a single one of them has questioned it, and not a single one of them has gotten anything wrong about it either.
Good.
So I find it a small point, but
Good.
it's just something that they'll hear. So you'll get American 123 cleared to Newark Airport via Halifax 4 departure, flight plan route, squawk this code. We don't give you departure frequency or anything like that, because you will get that from when you taxi on ground. You will be given the tower frequency to contact. When you give your takeoff clearance from the tower, they'll give you the departure frequency. And
Okay.
part of the reason why we do that is that may be tactical, because the departure frequency or departure controller may be operating on a different frequency than the approach controller. So it may change. So if they change something between the time you got your clearance and the time you're ready to taxi 15 minutes later, anyway, you'll get your frequency assignments as you go.
Yep.
I see. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just saw a question come up in the chat, which is actually something I've wanted to talk about. He says, I'm confused about Canadian ground ATC. They say taxi via pilot's discretion to runway via Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, etc. Why do you say pilot's discretion, even if you give all the taxiways to go? Well,
I'm
this is
kind of fighting
because
that a little bit on my own, actually, because real world we didn't. But Jack's got a perfectly valid point. You will hear that from some controllers on VATSIM, and the reason is most of the aprons in Canada are not controlled. And Halifax is no exception. There is no ATC service provided on the aprons itself. So what they'll tell you is taxi apron your discretion, Alpha, Juliet, contact
Gotcha.
tower
So
1184.
it's that first piece only that's at pilot's discretion, and then once you get to Alpha, then it's via. So in the US and VAT USA, most of the time, the VAT USA controllers, ground controllers, would literally tell you, that the ramp is a non-movement area. Call me short of Alpha for taxi. So they're literally going to refuse to provide the service until you're up at the taxiway. So that's kind of how the VAT USA controllers typically handle it. It's not always.
And as well, once you give your readback for your clearance, we'll say something along the lines of readback correct, push and start your discretion. And so that's you could have pushed if you really
similar.
wanted to and just chilled out on the ramp, but don't do that, please.
Gotcha. Yeah, right. Yeah, especially if it's going to be this busy. But yeah, so that's very similar to the way we see in VAT USA. A lot of the ramp areas are just there, and the FAA term is non-movement area, which to me is like the exact opposite, because it sounds like that's where you're not allowed to move.
Yeah,
but
I know.
It's actually where you're. It's actually totally where you are completely allowed to move, and the ground controller doesn't care.
Right, non-controlled movement area.
Yeah. So
more importantly,
exactly,
the ground controller doesn't want to get involved.
Right, or can't. Yes, right, exactly. So, but yeah, so it's a similar concept. So that's a great question, but it's an interesting turn of a phrase to hear pilot's discretion, alpha, blah, 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 or whatever. So what it really means is pilot's discretion and then the alpha.
Yeah, pilot's discretion, whatever you're doing on the apron, pilot's discretion, then then the rest of it you're on a controlled
so
movement
that makes
area.
a lot more sense when you say it that way. All right,
excellent. Real world ATC don't say that phrase, but you will hear it here.
Yeah, and it'll always have a ramp controller that's probably employed by the airport authority or by the airline. And
yes, apron control in Canada is always a private thing, not an ATC thing.
Yep.
So it'll always be something along the lines of apron at your discretion.
Gotcha.
It'll never be taxed at your discretion unless someone's swamped and just doesn't really care.
So the pilot's discretion only counts until that first taxiway.
Right.
Of course.
Gotcha. All right, let's you talked about the different phraseology for the clearance, which is good. So you don't get that expect altitude in 10 minutes, which is it's a lost comms procedure anyway. So I don't know why we do it in VAT USA.
Yeah, in the SID in Canada, you will always have the lost comm procedures as part, or the comm failure procedures as part of the description. So you've just hit perfectly there. You had the plan view, which showed the airport and its geographic surroundings on that tab. Yep. And it gives you an indication of the headings. Look at them all; they're all straight off the runway. Now you go to the text description on the other page, and it says, so let's say we're departing runway 05, because that was my favorite runway for the night. So all runways maintain 5,000 or assigned, and for runway 05, climb runway heading or climb heading 053, which is the runway heading, or as assigned for radar.
Or as assigned, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
and so
the way that would be is normally speaking, pilot firewalls the throttle and pulls the gear and flaps up and checks in with departure, but he's climbing only to 5,000 and he's no turns until he talks to the departure controller.
Yep. So
The
that's
other way that,
departing.
yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean
so
to interrupt
whatever
you, but that's
runway it's
departing
straight
in
at.
heading mode typically, rather than heading in LNAV mode. That's going to take you to that first point, because you can't.
Thank you for reminding me of that, because yes,
you can't depart in LNAV mode and head to that first point until you're
given a clearance. Yeah.
Yep. The other thing is that when you're setting up that mode control panel at the beginning of your flight, again, this comes from tutorials that are geared for folks that are flying in single pilot environments. When you're flying in a multiplayer environment following realistic procedures with other traffic, this is what you put into that mode control panel, not your cruise altitude.
Yes.
Yep.
And as well, putting in the departure into your FMC is all great, and you should probably do that anyways, but do not hit nav mode when you go on your departure. That will just turn you on course, or most likely actually it'll bring you over to the Halifax FIR, which is nowhere near where you want to go.
Okay. Right.
Gotcha. I believe it's just off to the northeast of the of the airport.
It's not even. Is it even?
No, it's probably not even listed there.
It was purposely left off that diagram.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
But anyways,
so that's
just enter in runway heading, everything, and just
it's similar to what we see in the U.S. Now, in the U.S., there's a lot of what they call pilot nav procedures, and there's a lot of what they call hybrid procedures, where you maintain a heading and then you're vectored onto a charted path. And then there's what they call the pilot nav, which is, you have a charted path immediately off the runway. So it's an important distinction is that at Halifax and even throughout the Moncton FIR, if I understood you correctly, that everything is a radar vectored SID, meaning
all our vector SIDs, yeah. We have both of those.
Told otherwise.
Yeah, we have the others in Canada as well, just not here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, gotcha. Pretty much. I think there's like one or two exceptions, but every single airport is runway heading up to 5,000 unless otherwise assigned.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
And that's of course all on the charts.
The as assigned part. That would probably be assigned by the tower controller just before getting your takeoff clearance. So chances are there's maybe you're flying a jet and a slow aircraft off in front of you, and the controller is trying to make things go a little quicker. The tower and the terminal would talk to each other, and you might hear with your takeoff clearance or in advance of it, line up runway 05, amendment to your SID when you're ready. Pilot will say, okay, line up and go ahead. And the tower controller would tell you, on your SID, turn left, heading 325, balance unchanged. So you're still 5,000, but now your heading assignment is 325.
Oh, wow.
Something
so
like
that's a lot more back and forth on that heading change than we normally would get in the U.S.
Yeah, you might. If we're busy, you're probably right that they'll probably change it fairly quickly. Like
with the takeoff clearance.
Yep. On departure, fly heading 330. Wind these, contact departure on, cleared takeoff.
Yep.
Yeah, that's of course the other thing. Because we're not giving departure frequencies along with your IFR clearance, you're going to get your departure frequency with your takeoff.
With your takeoff
Canada 1, 2, 3, wind so and so. On departure or airborne, contact departure so and so frequency.
With the takeoff
runway 05.
So that's the last word. You read that back, and that's the last word you have with the tower controller. You get airborne. You're not waiting to switch until they tell you. You've already been given that.
Yep. And so you'll call up
procedural difference.
You'll call up. In this case, we're most likely actually going to have departure staffed as well, which is not something we normally do. But so you'll contact departure. Say
you're gonna need it on Friday.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Halifax departure, Air Canada 1, 2, 3, runway heading 1,500 for 5,000, something along those lines.
Right.
All you gotta do.
Yep. So that's the exact same check-in that you'd make with the U.S. departure controller. You give them the current altitude and the altitude that you're assigned. So that's all the same. But it's interesting that you get that departure frequency and basically the handoff with that takeoff clearance, which is something that we're not used to flying in the States. So I'm sure you get a lot of U.S. pilots going, yeah, we're airborne, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, yeah, go ahead and switch.
Not in my experience. I'd say something that's a little more common is the pilots will take off and then not check in with the departure controller.
Ah,
So they'll wait for the departure controller to call them. Like
okay.
I'll usually let them run until they're out of 2,000, 2,500 and say, "Hey, are you with me?" "Yeah, we're here." "Oh, okay. I didn't know
Right.
because you didn't call."
Right. Right.
And I know it's different in Europe because they kind of expect you to do a frequency change and not call
Ah,
in
Yeah.
some
okay.
jurisdictions.
Right.
But here we expect you to call in, and then we'll give you the goods from there, a higher altitude to climb to and a heading to turn to or whatever.
Gotcha.
Let me ask you this. I don't know the American consideration for this, but I see a lot of it on VATSIM and some in the real world as well, by the way. If you're filed CYHZ and then YHZ, which is east of the airport, and then CENV, which is west of the airport, um, when you get cleared by ATC, direct CENV, so you're skipping the Halifax VOR. Is it
Mm-hmm.
normal procedure for a U.S. pilot to join that line from YHZ to CENV, or just
It's not
go present
supposed to be.
position
It's
direct?
normal procedure for a VATSIM pilot to do it because they don't know the difference. But yeah, no direct. I mean, it's an important point that we've touched on in previous of these Friday Night Ops panels. But let's just kind of draw a let's get a chart where we can kind of just draw a mock-up of that. Um,
Okay, so the Halifax VOR would be between the departure path of 05 and 14, so just east of the field by about 5 miles.
okay.
Somewhere there, yeah.
So
And
yeah, if your planned route took you this way and then out to this way, and then
right.
at this point you were told direct Stanley, you should be, turning
Yep,
direct from your present position, not re-intercepting that original path. But
correct.
that is the distinction that a lot of VATSIM pilots, especially newer VATSIM pilots, don't understand, or they don't know how to do it in their flight management computer or what have you.
And a lot
But
of the
it's
FMSs, I understand, are programmed to do that. Unless a pilot explicitly says present position, it will join whatever leg it has next, and it
indeed,
typically calculates a 30-degree angle or something like that for the
yeah,
intercept.
Yeah,
indeed.
so that's the
So
difference between selecting the leg in your FMS and doing it direct. So
yes, so
you got to make
direct
sure you do that
always
right.
means direct from where you are now, and that is one thing that we do see in VAT USA. We don't have an instruction, a typical instruction to rejoin or re-intercept the path unless you explicitly tell them re-intercept the blank radial or re-intercept the
Yeah,
the star or I'm sorry, the SID. But it's not common. More common is you're told to go direct to one of the waypoints along the SID, but pilots typically will then rejoin a line to that comes from either directly from the airport or directly from the point before it, and that's one thing that we've touched on in numerous panels. Direct means direct from where you are now, and so it's a
okay.
good thing to practice in the aircraft and know how to make the aircraft do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, what do we want to talk about next?
Well, I think that kind of covers the main points, and we're right around the time that we want to transition into the
Perfect.
demo flight. So I think we'll just come around one last time, unless Jack, there was anything specific that you wanted to add here at the end.
Not that I can think of. One thing I would like to add, if you're able to pull up the aerodrome chart there. I'll just give you a second there.
Yep.
There we go. So, by Gulf there, we have our 4 de-icing ramps.
Oh yeah,
Those,
yep, de-icing. Let's talk about that
yeah.
real quick.
So everyday ops, right? When you call up for taxi, we'll give your we can do sim de-icing if you want. We're perfectly able to do that.
Yep.
For Friday, maybe hold off on the de-icing. Just a suggestion.
That's
Right,
a good
right.
idea.
It's a good idea. It's a good call to say let's gauge the room. Read the room, right?
Yeah. So if
If
it's near the end of the night or just getting started and we're nice and quiet, give it a shot. But otherwise,
yeah, maybe just skip over that step in your GSX or whatever other add-on you have that does that, and just forego that little ounce of realism for the night. All right, very
sorry,
good.
I have one last tiny little thing I wanted to just mention. Back on the aerodrome chart.
Yep.
We have I think it's the chart, the kind of bottom there. You got
Okay.
lasso, land and hold short.
Oh,
Of,
that's right. Yeah, we didn't touch on
and
that.
so that's we're probably not gonna be simming those because we'll be doing just one runway operations. But if a controller talks about lasso, what that is you're gonna land like, for example, because we have intersecting runways. Let's say you're landing runway 05, but we have someone taking off 32. What we'll say is something on the lines of clear to land runway 05, land and hold short of runway 32. Probably
Gotcha.
not in that order, but other.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Because the important part for the read back from our perspective is the hold short. We want to make sure you got that.
yeah.
Yep.
But anyways, yeah, so that's what you would do is imagine you're holding short of a runway on a taxiway normally. Do the same thing, but with the runway ahead of you. So you'll land, and then just you got to stop right where you've drawn that red dotted line.
Yep, indeed. And with a 10,500-foot runway, you should have plenty of stopping distance, unless you're trying to go for that greaser and you float down half of it. So when the land hold
runway
short instruction comes up, it's not time to grease it. It's time to get the plane on the ground.
And you won't see runway 23 hold short of 32.
Right.
A little short.
Right. This little nub here.
Yeah.
Unless you're a helicopter.
Right? Yeah.
All right, very good, guys. Didn't mean to skip that over. Thank you for circling back on that, Jack.
No problem.
All
I think
right,
that's all I have, unless you have anything, Mike.
last
thing I want to say is I've had a few cases where we had crappy down to the ground IFR weather, and a few pilots have called up for VFR circuits and things like that.
No circuits Friday.
The only thing I would really strongly encourage, like I'm using an older computer when I fly, and my machine cannot keep up with the frame rate needed for X-Pilot to stay connected for X-Plane. So what I will do is I will delete cloud layers to lighten the load on it and get a better frame rate. But if you're not going to go with entirely real-world weather, please ensure you're doing it real-world winds, because it does no good to me to assign 160 knots to one airplane and 160 knots to the next airplane when the second guy isn't getting the 30-knot headwind that the first guy is.
Right. Yeah. Very important. Very important.
Yeah.
And I think Jack said something that's very important too, which is not to expect to be able to just do some patterns.
Good call.
Yeah. In the U.S. at a Bravo, of course, we always say VFR is workload permitting. I know this is not a Bravo airport, but I think for the purposes of Friday night, should basically expect that anything non-standard is going to be workload permitting. So,
yeah, I'm just going to say not only expect, but guaranteed their circuits are unavailable, and expect delays and holds.
Yeah, there you go. Expect 240 minute delay. Yeah. Yep. All right, very good, guys. Well, thank you very much again for being with us. We appreciate you guys coming on and taking the time to talk us through some of these procedures. Hope that you have a great and as smooth as possible event on Friday. And again, we really appreciate you guys partnering up with That USA to put this on for us because, again, like I said at the top of the show, it's a great opportunity for U.S. pilots to get a chance to fly to places other than what they normally fly to, but still get the benefit of the nice busy traffic and a nice fun, active, kind of a group experience. So best of luck to you guys. I know it's going to be stressful. The amount of traffic that we're going to send your way is going to be pretty intense, but hope that you guys enjoy and have fun, and we'll look forward to it again. Thanks for talking with us tonight, and we hope that if you get a guys partner up with That USA on another one, hope that we'll be able to do one of these again. It was a lot of fun.
I can't say anything specifically, but I'll let you know we have plans to sometime in the near future.
Excellent. That's good to know. Good to know. All right, guys. Well, thanks again. We are going to take a quick intermission here. I'm going to try my best to keep that intermission down to under 5 minutes, but going to take an intermission now. We're going to load up the Working Title CJ4 mod for Flight Sim 2020. We're going to do a demo flight from Hold on, am I going to get it right? St. John's, '*S, the one way out in the Far East? Okay. We're going to do a flight from St. John's down to Halifax in the Working Title mod for the Citation CJ4 for Flight Sim 2020. So give me just a few moments to boot that up and take a quick break and get the furry co-pilots out to their bathroom break as well. And we'll be right back with you in just a few. Again, it's the Friday Night Hotspot FNO Preview of the Hockey Night in Halifax event. Talk to you guys in just a few.
Looks like you'll have center and tower as well.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, we'll talk to you guys in just a few. Guys, we are back, and the intermission is probably going to run a little bit longer than planned because guess what? I had not updated the sim from today's update, so we'll have to see how long that's going to go. The little launcher app has already updated, and now we get to now we get to update the whole sim. While that is going on, and again, I don't know how long that's going to take. Our download speed here at the cottage is actually pretty decent, so hopefully that won't take too long. I don't know if anybody has experience from today's update and knows how long it took for them and can maybe tell us, but we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, though, there's plenty that we can do because I have not typically, like I said, yeah, we want to go ahead and get that update started. 2 gigs shouldn't take us too long. We're going to get started on the routing for this and the flight planning, which we typically, kind of do spend some time on the stream talking about where we're headed and where we're starting and where we're headed, CYHZ. So we can kind of start that flight planning process, and we'll go back to the VATCAN page, or the let's go back to the VATUSA page because I think the event posting had some routing suggestions. So we'll go back over there, and if not, then it's here we go. Arriving from the north, arriving from the east. So we'll plan for the Cabot arrival, or the Agmere, or the Lirla, Agmere, and then the Lirla arrival. So we'll see how that brings us in. Agmere and then the Lirla 5 does seem to make sense. So that's kind of how we'll route ourselves here. Do we have any stars from St. John's? I think we might. Let's go back to how we're doing over here. Yeah, we're good. We're about 3/4 of the way done. That's not too bad. Let's go back to the charts and we'll talk about the departures out of St. John's. I can't remember if there are any. Arrival. St. John's 6 departure. Oops. So pretty much the St. John's 6 departure takes you to Torbay, YYT, and then Atlin. So that's going to be what we're going to start. YYT and then Atlin. And then pretty much going to assume that we're going to join Agmere and Lirla 5. So hopefully that'll work for us as a routing. And we can, that sim is chewing on that update, which is good. I'll go back to my planning page, and we'll start punching in some mileages. We're going to be in the Working Title CJ4. It's going to be from CYYT to CYHZ. This is the route that we're going to. It's going to plan for. $484 miles. What are we planning as an alternate, guys? Let's just take this out real quick. CYHZ, what, maybe Moncton? CYQM. 89.1 miles to our alternate just in case we need it. 89.1. And so that will inform on our alternates, reserves, and contingency fuel that my spreadsheet's going to calculate. So CYQM 89.1. Take that out. Okay, so then we can go back to here and we'll put the original one back in, CYHZ. Okay, so that's should wrap up the bulk of the planning. Let's come up with an altitude. St. John's, let's come up with the, for altitude planning, 461 feet above mean sea level. Halifax is 477, so 461, 477, whoops, 477. Flight time, or yeah, flight cruise altitude. Could probably plan for 43,000. I think this will be long enough of a flight that the jet can get up to 43. Yeah, maybe we'll go with the next. We'll just go 40. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Yeah, we'll go 40. All right, and while we are finishing up the planning, let's go ahead and load up the plane here, get it up and running. There we are, our CJ4. We're going to select our departure airport, CYYT, and we'll zoom to details. And we'll just pick a GA parking area there. We will pick a GA parking rather than parking at the terminal, since we're flying a business jet. We'll leave it as live weather, but I do change the time to daytime just so we can see the scenery just a little bit better. Let's see, what else we need to do? Lost my cursor here. What else we need to do from a planning standpoint? Initial altitude is 5,000, we know that. Again, we know that from the CZQM website and charts. And we are ready to fly. Up the view just a little bit. Not sure what it is that I'm hearing. See, okay. Got to set the controls back to CJ4 controls here. All right, let's go back and resume, and let's put the mix full forward at least. And then we'll go back, set the controls. Set to the C25C alpha profile. Whoops, we had it. There we are. There we are, C25C. And this will be the C25C left. And this will be the C25C right. All right, there we are. Apply that. Go back. Resume. What do we want to do from a initial control standpoint? See, I think these two need to be up. And those two need to be down. Okay. All right, the St. John 6, let's just double check that I didn't get that wrong. That should be runway heading to 5,000. Gander, St. John. Yeah, 5,000 are as assigned. And runway heading. Okay, very good. So initial heading would be 5,000. Let's go back to my planning page. We'll get the departure frequency later, unlike in the US. And I think we are good to go. Last thing we would need to do is, now we did update the pilot client, which is cool. This is going to be, I tell you what, oh, there's another update for vPilot. The Moncton FIR is going to have the distinction of being the first Friday night ops event after the velocity update, which is very, very exciting. Got it. We are connected. And I think we are good to go. All right, planning's done. Let's go ahead and see. I know it is Moncton Monday, so we've got a decent amount of air traffic control. I want to go ahead and try and get up and running as soon as possible, though, so that we don't, if our air traffic control coverage doesn't evaporate. I don't want to make these guys overstay. I don't want to overstay my welcome here in the Great White North. All right, let's go back to the checklist and. All right, throttles down, flaps and spoilers up, gear and parking brake down, viewpoints move, fuel and payload. We're going to start with 3,317 pounds of fuel as calculated by my timing and fuel planning spreadsheet. We'll go ahead and get that taken care of here. I like to put that in pounds, and that is 57.6, so we'll just set it to 58, and that'll be close enough. And then I like to just put the payload up right up underneath the max gross. Again, it doesn't really matter what you load it to, but what you want to do is take note of this figure right here, because you get into the FMC, you're going to need to know what you've loaded the plane to in terms of total weight, and that needs to go into the FMC so it can calculate your takeoff reference speeds. So there we go. Fuel and payload is done. Let's go ahead and get the battery switch on. The emergency lights, standby display, and we'll put that into dispatch mode, the avionics into dispatch mode. Nav and logo lights can come on. Now, the logo lights I'll do there. Nav lights I've got here on the controls, on the physical controls. Let's position, let's initialize our position here. So we'll go into position initialization. We'll take that GPS point, pop it right down into our current point, and then we'll set up our audio panel. So COM 1 on, COM 2 off, nav 1 and nav 2 off, and the marker beacon sounds can come off. Basically, just COM 1 is all I really need, and then we can turn everything off there. Turn everything else off there. Let's get our flight plan filed on the network. And this is the new update to vPilot 3.0.2, just updated moments ago. Flight plan box for now is the same. I'm told that very, very soon this is going to direct you to the filing website on my.vatsim.net. So we're gonna do a tutorial here real soon on kind of the little differences between filling that in and filling it in here in the pilot client. So just a few additional fields that you can be aware of and fill those in as you see fit. We are going to try and take off it's 3:02 now. We're going to try and be wheels up by 03:30. My spreadsheet says this is an hour and 29. We've got 3:19 in the tanks. 450 is going to be our cruise speed in terms of true speed. 40,000 is what we filed, and we are Slant Lima today. Again, there is a tutorial on on the Slant Alpha Adventures YouTube channel as far as what those different equipment codes mean. And again, we're going to be transitioning to where we're filing those in terms of the ICAO equipment codes rather than the FAA ones. And then what's the name of this departure? It is the hold on one second. The St. John's 6. So CYYT-6 is actually what we're filing there. I think that probably would be part of your clearance anyway. I don't know if you have to specify it in the U.S. If you're getting a generic radar vectored SID, you wouldn't really necessarily file it as part of your route, but we're going to go ahead and put it in there anyway. So there that is. Should be ready to go. Let's go back to the checklist. The flight plan is filed. Let's check for, while we have the client over here, we don't have an ATIS at St. John's. So we can just do a METAR observation and see CYYT and see if we can get just an idea of what the weather's doing here. 230 at 10 gusting to 16. So 230 is the wind direction. So we'll see what runway lines us up most favorably with that. 3027 is the altimeter. So let's bring this back over here. Looks like I've got a shorter runway. That's a 3. Oh, it's a 230. So probably 28, I would guess, if I had to. 28's probably going to be what we'll take off from, but we'll see what the controller says. All right, back we go. The control frequency, again, off of the vPilot pilot client, is Moncton Center 132.2. We can come down here to the tune page, 32.2.
So when you're ready to send 10,000, the St. John's
And
altimeter
again, we should normally boot up in standby mode there.
Send 10,000, 36.
Roger. And you can leave 290 when you're ready.
All right, let's see if we can
290, 36.
go ahead and get our clearance in.
Sorry, I might have miscommunicated that. You can stay at 29 until you're ready. You don't need to descend right now.
The other thing we're going to do while we're waiting to get a word in is get the airport diagram up for...
Moncton Center, United 41 Heavy.
United 41 Heavy, you're loud and clear. How many?
Loud and clear now, sir. Sorry about that. Had to disconnect, reconnect, and
area, I believe.
I updated my software, so my apologies.
No worries. I had to do the same thing myself just recently.
We're level 400.
Delta, sorry, United 41 Heavy, you're identified level 400. Delta 155, vector sequencing, turn left, heading, it's going to be fairly drastic. Turn left, heading 350.
That's runway 29, actually. I love this controller, says Good Fixins. It sounds like it's really similar voice to
Delta
the guy that we were speaking to.
And I'll
I'm
get
not
you
100%
direct
sure,
news
though.
here shortly. You're just you're number
Yeah,
two.
it certainly is. It was our friend Mike that was on the panel
number
with
one
us.
by a significant amount for the moment.
That's what I thought. I was like, I just listened to his voice for an hour and a half, so.
Am I going too slow?
Cargojets 4219, was that you calling?
Yeah.
No, it's more like the other way around. There's a significant altitude difference between you. When he gets down lower, the speeds will look a little more consistent.
So 132.2 is going to be the departure frequency.
Right. Thanks.
Get the squawk, and I think we're going to expect runway 29er here.
Speedbird 828, after
So we'll see if we
passing
can...
Vigma, you can proceed direct to AJ.
After Vigma, direct to AJ, freeway 828.
Roger.
Moncton Center, citation 514 Delta Victor's on the ground at St. John's with weather IFR to Halifax.
Citation 514 Delta Victor, Gander Center. Good evening. You're cleared to the Halifax Airport via the St. John's 6 departure, flight plan route, squawk 3150.
All right, St. John's 6 departure, flight plan route 3150, 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, read back correct, time 0307. St. John's altimeter 3027. It'll be your runway of your choice for departure. You can advise me when you're ready to taxi. Current winds 250 at 10 gusting 16.
Roger, we'll go for 29er. We'll give you a call in a few. 5 Port Victor. Thanks.
Roger. Delta 155,
All right,
fly
so
heading
that's
050.
all as
When
expected,
you're
more
able,
or
proceed direct
less.
to Duter.
Yeah, he's a real-world Moncton controller, indeed. Yeah, knows his stuff. Back to the checklist then. So we got kind of all of the clearance issues negotiated. Let's go ahead and get this punched into the FMC, and then let's get the engine fired up just to minimize the amount of strain on the battery. We could fire up engine number 2 right now, but we got a few minutes. It's not going to hurt the battery too much more. Of course, it's cold up here. It might might be good to fire up the engine now. We'll go ahead and punch the route in, get that taken care of. It's CYYT to CYHZ.
Yeah, Delta 155, sorry, that Duter is the fixed right base for ILS.
Let's go ahead and
23.
put the departure in. It's the St. John 6. There's no transition. It's going to be runway 29er. We'll execute that. We'll go back to flight plan. So it's basically it's a vector. Then we'll go to the next page. And I think, did it go vector? Yeah, just it didn't vector to any specific point. Vector to YYT. Which one do we want? North 47, West 52? Yeah, that's the one.
Cargo Jet 4219, delete waypoint log when you're able, proceed direct to Duter as well.
Proceed direct to Duter, Cargo Jet 4219.
Whoops.
Roger.
We'll put that over there. And then again, do we want... Normally it's the top one, guys. They're going to sort in the order that they are away from you. So North 46, West 57, yeah, that's definitely...
That's a good reminder. You're outside my airspace now, so Delta 168, you can change to
and then let's go to the
surveillance service terminates. We'll see
arrivals into Halifax. And again, to get the arrival page, it's the Lirla 5 off of Agmere. Do we have an idea? We can make our best guess as to the arrival
American
runway.
8017, Moncton Center, good evening.
Actually, we can cheat and we can pull up the ATIS and see what they're landing now. ILS or visual runway 23. Okay, so we'll put that in for now. That may change by the time we get there. But right now we're going to plan for the ILS runway 23, and then again we want to get a sense of
American 8017, the Moncton winds are showing
which transition we might need from that. Again, I always like to put in more transition points than needed, and then we can kind of delete as we find points that we don't end up needing.
I'll get back to you 1 second.
Okay.
So it looks like coming from this direction, it would be
but
Liros or Otvav. But the Otvav is going to give us Liros anyway, so I'm going to give myself Otvav, then Liros, and then the approach. That way, if we end up not needing Otvav, we can just delete it
you
when
want
we
to
get
do
there.
the VOR runway 24 approach, or you want to do the RNAV Zulu?
So we'll go
Sorry, I meant to say
Otvav,
the VOR
execute. Again, the approach stuff may all change by the time we get there. But for right now, we'll just go ahead and get that in. We are going to step through and check and make sure that the plan looks fine in just a moment. But for right now, let's just get the performance initialization. I'm just going to, again, I'm going to load up the plane to whatever it takes to get it up to that number that we had in the sim. We're going to go 40,000 feet.
And stand by American.
Not 400,000 feet. Matter of fact, I think if we just put 400, I think it figures
cleared
that.
cleared ILS runway 23 approach via
So 8 passengers gives us 14.9. So what's that need? We need
approach via Duter, Cargo Jet
15. So we need 2,100 pounds of cargo to make that 17 and change. 17 and yeah, just under 17,110. So close enough. It's as long as you're within 100 pounds, you're more than accurate enough there. So we'll go to the takeoff performance now. The only mandatory entry here is the outside air temperature, which we can read from here. We can put, I forget if you do the minus sign first. I think you do.
Moncton, American 8017. We'll take the VOR runway 24
there, yeah, okay, perfect. Next page, okay. So there is our V speeds. 112 is the abort speed, so if we have any issues with an engine prior to V1 or any other critical safety items prior to V1, we'll abort. Above 112, we take those problems airborne with us, and really, one knot higher, 113, we go ahead and do that. If we are
continue direct to
if
VOR for now.
we're
When you're ready,
airborne
descend
with
to
one
6,000.
engine, we'll pitch to
The, Moncton
119. If we're
altimeter
airborne with two engines, we'll
3044.
pitch to 140.
Right, so
We'll go ahead
PD
and send those over to the primary flight display.
American 87C.
There we go.
Roger.
And I think we are done with all that. Let's go ahead and get the beacon light on here and start
Delta
firing up
155, descend
an
5,000.
engine. There we go. Get that up and running. We'll kind of monitor that engine start, make sure that everything looks good, that nothing seems to want to go out of control. There's the ignition that automatically starts. This is the beauty of a FADEC system. The start sequence is pretty much automatic. The ignition hits itself at 12%. And you'll see this stabilize at about 54, and this will stabilize at about 24. You'll see some of these warnings start to go out. And you'll notice that we will start to deplete the right-hand tank.
Let me know when you're back, please.
It won't be too long before we fire up the number 1, but we'll rebalance those tanks once we get airborne. Of course, it's not going to be that far out of balance, but we'll rebalance them once we get airborne just to be pedantic about it, because that's like what I like to do. Once we get stable engine, 54-ish. Okay, ignition's now off. 54-ish, 24-ish. Yeah, we're looking good there. We'll go ahead and get the climate control on. And
Cargo Jet 4219,
avionics can go back into fully on mode. We'll reset the master caution.
4219, bye.
The barometer we were given in the ATIS was 3027. We'll go ahead and spin that up to
Descend my discretion, Cargo Jet 4219.
3027. The charted field elevation here, we said, was somewhere in the 400s. It looks like it's going to be pretty accurate. Let's double check what's on the chart. Was 461, and we're showing a little bit higher than that, but that's fine. We might be slightly higher than than a spot on the airfield, or we're close enough.
Lima, Oscar, Delta, Georgia.
Within 75, I don't worry. Let's go ahead and get that squawk set. It was 3150, 3150, and now we'll go ahead.
Not quite right there. Just have a look at this. Have a look at this.
3150, and now we'll get it into TA and RA mode. I don't know why it suddenly started booting up in that mode. It's supposed to typically start in standby. What's low voltage? Okay, well, we're about to get that second.
Okay, I see what you've done. You're
generator
not flying
switches are off.
the
There we go.
Avalon arrival. You're going direct to, what is it, Lodgoo?
Okay. So again, those gen switches have typically booted up in the on position, and now got to fix that again. Okay.
Picking up the
No worries.
Avalon after ONDAP.
Oh, we also want to set the standby altimeter as well.
The
30.
Avalon arrival actually
27.
starts at MEVAD and takes you on the north side of the airport. If you're going to ONDAP, that's the actual, that's the end of the Buren 3 arrival for runway 29, which is on the south side and the start of the ILS approach to runway 29.
Let's go ahead and set this into plan mode. This is where we will.
Let's do this. We'll get you to reload the approach, if you wouldn't mind.
Kind of check the legs here. We know that the St. John does have a vectored segment. We're going to go runway heading until we are vectored to YYT, or intercept that line, or direct to the next point down the road, whichever they tell us to do. Matter of fact, I think we can zoom that out one more step there, maybe. Let's go to the MFD advance, and we'll step it forward. Next.
Avalon, the Buren.
Atlan, and then Agmere, and then the arrival.
There's a Tiger 2 arrival as well, but the Avalon
and then at
arrival
that point,
actually
let's
starts
see.
at MEVAD, and it would take you north of the field on a right downwind for runway 29.
Yeah, so if we're flying that star, it does look like it's going to go straight to this point, Lerock, and we won't need that point above. At that point, we will go ahead and delete that if that ends up being the case. So that's fine. We're not sure exactly what we're going to get as far as our star and approach, but it seems likely that we will end up deleting that point above, but we will certainly brief that when we get up to cruise and figure that out when we get there. But for right now, everything looks like it should. I think everything seems to be kosher. And let's set it to the current 2 points.
Reload the ILS 29 on your FMC and choose the Gowra transition rather than ONDAP.
There we go. All right, so the flight plan's looking good again. We got some work to do to fix the arrival, but we will figure out what we're exactly cleared for once we get up there. Let's go ahead and get the primary flight display into the mode I like, which is that that track up mode. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to now zoom that out in just a little bit, so that we have
contact Boston Center on 134.
Have a little bit of a tactical view of what's going on there. Let's set the initial altitude, which again, you do not set to your cruise. You set to that initial altitude in the departure, which is 5,000. We don't go any higher than 5 until we're cleared to. So there's 5,000. And again, heading mode is going to have us departing in St. John 6, heading 285 off of runway 29er. So that's what we're going to do there. And again, we'll spin this around to that. 285 is that way.
Hurricane 80, 17 stacking cockpit.
And so we'll just need to make sure that once we get airborne, we're not going into LNAV mode, we're going into heading mode. No specific speed restrictions. Let's just read this in detail. There's nothing listed as far as any kind of speed restrictions here, so 240 knots is the normal speed for this aircraft to climb at, and that's what we would plan for.
Moncton Center, it's Jazz 7101 checking in.
Jazz 7101 Moncton Center, good evening.
Safety lights and seatbelt lights have come on.
Good evening. Request IR for clearance back to Halifax.
I think we'll get a good path to get airborne by 10:30, which is what we planned for. I need to change that in my plan spreadsheet, by the way,
they'll handle you until you give me a
so
call.
that we have a good gauge on our flight time estimates once we get down at Halifax. All right, so let's go ahead and get the climate control off while we start our engine number 1. There we go, into run and hit the starter. And again, we're going to monitor that just to make sure. And again, we did get those gen switches on. Yes, okay, good. Igniter's going to automatically engage itself at about 12% N2. Watch the rest of that stuff spin up. Make sure that nothing goes haywire and out of control. Warning panel should all kind of extinguish. We should get a status monitor there once that's done. By the way, I should just double check and make sure. Yeah. Okay, good. All the controls booted up as they should have. We're about to do a flight control check, but good to kind of do that. Okay, there's our status monitor. Everything good. We'll get the climate control back on. We'll do our flight control check here. Just again, we're not really checking the yoke movement, but just to make sure that everything is registering sim hardware wise. But again, we'll also check the outside control surfaces to make sure that let me scooch these pedals toward me a little bit here. Check the outside control surfaces and make sure that they move as they should, and that everything is working properly with those. So we'll consider that all done. Flight control check, flaps 15 can be set. That is that lever there. We can hear those go into position there. Flaps 15 now set and checked. Our trim is set for takeoff right there at the bottom of that green range. So we're good there. Let's go ahead and start our passenger briefing since it is kind of a long announcement. There is a short version, but the short version skips a lot of mandatory stuff, in my opinion. So I like to go ahead and do the full one there.
May I have your attention, please?
So we'll get that started now.
CJ4 aircraft.
Let's take a look at the taxi routing.
Please refer to the passenger briefing card located
Get to the.
for important safety-related information.
Okay, we're down here on ramp 4. And
prohibited in the lavatory at all times.
Ramp 4 ready to taxi to runway 29er.
Passenger compliance with lighted no smoking and seatbelt signs, placards, as well as flight crew.
Our controller's still on. Went real quiet on the frequency here.
For taxi, takeoff, and landing.
Okay, got the airport diagram. Go ahead and get the pitot and static on.
In Moncton, American 8017, we have the weather and NOTAMs for the Moncton airport.
American 8017, roger.
P-TOW and static do not seem to be working. Okay, so something's going on with my flight control assignment, so we're going to have to do without P-TOW and static, I guess. Not a big deal. Or is it there? There it is. Ah, okay. It's working fine, it's just the pilot error. Taxi lights can come on. Alright guys, taxi lights on, we are ready to roll. Get a center citation 514 Delta Victor's ready to taxi at St. John's.
514 Delta Victor, roger. Planning runway 29 for departure.
Afer.
514 Delta Victor, roger. Taxi Delta. Left turn on runway 34, and then a right turn on runway 29. Backtrack runway 29, line up and wait.
Okay, Delta 34 and backtrack 29er, line up and wait. 514 Delta Victor.
Roger. Cobra 36, continue descent to 6,000.
Descent 6,000. Cobra 36.
Roger.
Center citation 514 Delta Victor.
Go ahead.
So it looks like we're at ramp 4, I think. So we'll be able to join 34 from Juliet.
Yeah, actually, that's what I said, was Juliet left on runway 34 and right on 29, so that's good.
Yep, that's what you said, and I had told you that I was at ramp 4. 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Yeah, you read back Delta, and I didn't take the time to correct you, figuring we both knew where you were going, but technically you were right. I should have mentioned it.
I should have checked in with my location, so it's all good.
Come on, Rob.
Right?
United 41, contact Boston Center on 1347. So long.
34-7, take care, United 41 Heavy.
So there we are, Juliet.
Center is Jazz 7101, passing through flight level 3600.
And since we are entering a runway, I'll go ahead and get strobes on.
Jazz 7101, Halifax
We won't
FIR,
get landing lights on just yet.
Turn left heading 140, climb to 16,000.
Because we're not cleared for takeoff, so we're not going to get landing lights on, but since we are on a runway, we'll go ahead and get the strobes on.
7101, roger.
Who's picking on me?
Just for future references, we do flight levels up to the transition level, which in much of North America is 18,000.
Likely
so
story.
It would be
Likely
16,000, not 160.
16,000 for Jazz 7101, thanks.
Roger.
All right. Oh, before we get too far, I do want to make sure the brakes are checked. Yeah, that's good. And then we can go ahead and get our terrain and weather radar on as well. So there we go. We'll get the weather radar on the left-hand side, get the terrain radar on the right-hand side.
Have a good night.
And there we go. And that right panel is not... I set these panels up a little differently than most CJ4 operators. So that right panel is meant to be just a north-up plan mode, just to check and make sure that what you have in your route is correct. But I like to have that north up just as a situational awareness thing.
American 8017.
It does not follow the aircraft, so we will have to manually step it forward and follow the aircraft.
65 miles to fly to threshold.
The left one will follow the aircraft,
okay,
but only in a track up mode, not a north up mode. Get a little extra speed in here. Alright, our passenger briefing is complete.
You say again for Jazz 7101, somebody was speaking at the same time.
Departure frequency is preset.
7101, turn left heading 080.
And we get the strobe lights. We got the strobe lights on when we enter the runway. We get the landing lights on as soon as we get our takeoff clearance. I'm going to engage Toga here. That's only going to do it for purposes of the point sequencing in the FMC.
Sorry, can you just confirm the heading one more time?
The throttles are not auto throttles, so nothing you do in this aircraft is going to engage those throttles and start launching it down the runway. You have to actually do that with the throttle levers themselves.
Shortly for Jazz 7101. Thank you.
Gainer November 613 Charlie, about 3 minutes away from our target 36.
Oh my goodness, good fixes. I'm going to come back to that point here in just a few.
3X Echo Charlie, Roger. Surveillance service terminates, and you can change down red frequencies. Have a good night.
You as well. Thanks for being online. 3 Echo Charlie.
4 Delta Victor, winds are 270, 15 gusting 20 knots, so you're clear to take off runway 29.
Clear for takeoff, runway 29, 5 4 Delta Victor. Alright, landing lights on, taxi light off. Engines are responding normally and symmetrically, and away we go. Pop that all the way forward into takeoff mode. And again, runway heading, so we're going to keep that 285. If I can keep the center line, that'd be even better. Airspeed is alive. And there's V1, and rotate. Go ahead and get the gear up.
7101, do you have a preferred direction to
Field
hold?
elevation was about 400. We will get the flaps up at 1400.
We'll do a right turn hold if that's fine. 7101.
There's 14. We'll pop the throttles from
fine.
takeoff
Were you planning,
to climb.
What inbound track did you prefer?
And we're pitched well beyond the 140, but we'll go ahead and lower the nose.
Do you want to hold
Get up to
on
that
Victor
240 now.
312 will work for Jazz 7101. Thank you.
Autopilot.
Okay, you're holding clearance when you're ready.
Heading mode. And flight level change
ready to copy, Jazz
240.
Actually, just a minute. My departure at St. John's is airborne. November 514 Delta Victor departure. You're identified. Turn left heading 270. Vectors for traffic. Climb to flight level 400.
At 270, climbing to 400, passing 4,000 now, 5 4 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, roger. Cobra 36, cleared ILS runway 29 approach via
So
Gowra.
we'll keep the altitude spinning up. We'll get that in a second. We're assigned to 270, so we'll get that dialed in.
Cobra 36, roger.
We'll make sure that it intercepts 240 knots.
Jazz
Keep spinning that up to
Ready to copy, Jazz 7101.
Jazz 7101 is cleared to IGTAS via direct. Maintain 16,000. Hold east, inbound on the 079 radial.
And flight level
expect further
change.
clearance via direct to Halifax VOR at 0400.
Okay, so it's in flight level change, 240. Altitude select is armed. We're in heading mode, and it is holding that 240. Flaps are up. Throttles are in climb. We can shift a little bit of the fuel from the left to the right to account for the stuff that we burned off while we were on the ramp from the right side.
Slight correction to that. You're not holding eastbound. You'll be holding on the east side, so hold east at IGTAS. On an inbound track, on the inbound radial.
So Good Fixin says, I'm watching you taxi on the network. Saw you slow down before you just did on the stream because of the stream delay. Yeah, so you don't have that 5-second delay that would come over the network anymore, which is amazing. And probably saw a much more well-rendered version of me making that 180-degree turn and lining up with the runway as well. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. This is the first flight that I am doing.
Clear direct Atlan and then on course.
Direct Atlan on course, 5 4 Delta Victor.
Roger.
All right.
American 8017. Let's see, you're still pretty high there. Vectors for the VOR, runway 24. Turn left heading 020 and send 4,000.
204,000, American 8017.
Roger. Jazz 7101, what are you doing now?
Sorry about that. We just had a bit of an issue with the FMS, but we're just proceeding direct to IGTAS at this time, Jazz 7101.
There we go.
Okay, so you're making a left turn to IGTAS. And did you catch my earlier transmission about the orientation of the hold?
We're through 10. We can get the
Jazz 7101.
Okay.
Logo lights off, landing lights off. So this is my first flight on the network after the velocity update, and like I said before, Moncton FIR now has the distinction of being the first Friday Night Ops host after the velocity update. So a non-USA facility is hosting the first Friday Night Ops after velocity. So one for the record books.
American 8017, turn left heading 360.
Let's get rid of some charts that we don't need, so we don't need that one.
American 8017.
St. John 6 we're done with. We think we might need that one. That one we're done with. So yeah, we'll hold on to that. And what do I have over here? Another copy of the St. John 6. So, alright, there we go. Working title mod of the Citation CJ4. There we are. Climbing out from St. John's. See if we get nice puffy clouds here. Let's see if we get any kind of land to show you. Well, not too much. But there she is. Back into the aircraft we go. The other thing I've got two of open here are Red Bulls. Actually, that one's not yet open, but it is now. Yeah, hopefully, and I don't know, you know, it looks like our estimated time of arrival at Halifax is going to be what? Just after midnight.
Cobra 360, okay from that altitude?
Just after midnight Eastern time. Is that right?
Roger. We'll be okay.
Yeah, we got airborne at, so our chart says we're getting airborne at 10:30. I think we got airborne a little earlier than that, but yeah, a little, right around midnight Eastern. Yeah, I do see the chat going on over there, guys. This is not my normal stream setup, so I do apologize. I'm a little less interactive with chat on these Friday Night Hotspot FNO Preview shows than I am when I fly in my own stream. Again, my normal stream is called Slant Alpha Adventures. Normally fly for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. But every time there is a Friday Night Ops event on VATUSA's calendar, we bump the Slant Alpha stream on the Monday before in favor of this Friday Night Hotspot FNO Preview show, where we talk with representatives from the host facilities and get some tips and tricks for avoiding some of the common compliance issues with the procedures into and out of the featured facilities. So we had a great talk with a couple of guys from the Moncton FIR, including the controller that we're talking with now, a retired real-world Moncton controller, by the way. So if he sounds like he knows what he's doing, it's not inadvertent, I would assume.
Okay, that's good. Just asking because, you know, you never know.
Okay.
But yeah, long way of saying that this is not my normal stream setup, and the chat panel is a little harder for me to kind of see. It's arranged a little differently on the desktop than what I'm used to. So I know we typically have a lot of folks that pop in from the Slant Alpha stream and watch us, which we do appreciate. Again, the whole point of this series, guys, is to help the Friday Night Ops events go more smoothly. So if there are pilots that you know are planning on flying in the event, definitely refer them to this series. It's pretty much going to be on the Monday before every time there's a Friday Night Ops coming up. So Monday before 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, we're always going to start with that panel discussion, roughly the first hour and a half or so, and then we hop in the plane and do a demo flight where we try and demonstrate some of what we discussed. But certainly pass the word to anybody that you know, especially if they're newer to VATSIM and, you know, maybe are still trying to get a hang of stuff and are maybe considering flying in their first Friday Night Ops event. You know, definitely pass the word about these streams. They are going to be available not only on the VATUSA Twitch, twitch.tv/VATSIMUSA, the official VATUSA Twitch channel, but also will be on the VATUSA YouTube channel after tonight as well. So if you don't, if you have no folks that are thinking about flying in the event that didn't get a chance to catch us live, no problem there. Just refer them to VATUSA's YouTube channel where this show will be available probably by morning.
Now, but assuming you got the hold set up to come back inbound to IGTAS, that heading will be a good one when you make that turn inbound to IGTAS.
catching up on some of the older chat messages, and yeah, good fixings, definitely pilot error. And not so much pilot error, but just inaccurate memory of what switch I assigned to what function.
American 8017, just confirm heading 150.
And complicated by the fact that it's right after a SIM update, so my first instinct was, oh, well, the SIM update messed something up.
Short-term memory.
No, you know who messed something up? Who's got two thumbs and was the one who messed something up? This guy right here. Oh, of course. Speaking of messing something up,
and you can descend to 4,000 when you're ready.
Talking about the fuel rebalancing, you know, that there was that 15-pound imbalance from the left to right. Well, now it's the 100-pound imbalance from the right to the left, so we'll probably spend the rest of our climb out getting that fixed. Yep. Guys, if you are new to, if you're not familiar with the Slant Alpha Adventures stream, go ahead and check that out, twitch.tv/Slant Alpha Adventures, and look under the list of channel memes for the term called fuel rebalancing. You'll know that what you just witnessed is exactly par for the course.
And actually, my mistake, looking at the chart from the wrong angle, that little line on the corner south of 29 looks like a lane, but it's actually Taxi Bravo to me.
Copy, Taxi Bravo.
American 8017, turn right heading 210, join the final approach course, cleared straight in VOR,
so
runway 24.
323, 324 now climbing, 400. And you'll see that the plane automatically switched over from capturing 240 knots to capturing Mach 0.64. It's a little above speed now, but it's aiming for that Mach 0.64. As the higher you go, the lower your indicated airspeed will be in relation to the actual true airspeed through the air. That's what true airspeed means. Airspeed through the air. Duh. But the higher you go, the less your indicated airspeed will show in relation to the speed that you're actually doing. So Mach number tends to be just a more reliable figure of your forward movement. And so as you pass that point where 240 doesn't really make any empirical sense, the plane automatically switches over to hold Mach 0.64 going up from there. So you'll see that that has indeed taken place. That happens automatically in the CJ4. Again, P-Bowl says I need to put a giant in-op sticker on that that fuel transfer. Yeah, probably not a bad idea. So we're still moving fuel back to the left-hand side. Now you'll notice that the left-hand fuel quantity is not actually increasing. We're not moving fuel at a rate faster than it's being consumed. But what happens during that transfer, especially at least in climb, it might be different at lower power maneuvers, but at least in climb, it's not actually moving fuel to the left tank. It's just the right tank suddenly is decreasing at a much faster rate than the left-hand tank. But yeah, we're going to fix that eventually. Hopefully by the time we land, we'll have figured that out. We're just going to kind of park it over here and get yammer on about something else and completely forget that that fuel transfer process is still happening. And then when it gets to be 100 pounds imbalance on the other side, the plane will yell at me again. So we'll continue that process as many times as we need to until eventually I'll just land with 100 pounds imbalance. So the VATSIM velocity update is very, very exciting stuff, guys. And I was kind of monitoring the social media for the couple hours leading up to the beginning of this show. And it seems like the pilot clients had some sort of a ground clamping issue. So what happens with the fact that we have so many different sims, and within each sim so many different ground sceneries at each airport that are able to be operated on the network. Not everyone has the same sim, not everyone, even within the same sim, not everyone has the same scenery at any given airport. So the pilot clients end up having to do what they call ground clamping, meaning that if another pilot is near you and they're parked on the ground, but their ground elevation is slightly different than what your sense of the ground elevation is, your sense the ground elevation is, they're going to appear like they're either hovering or kind of buried in the ground. So your pilot client figures out that they mean to be on the ground, and it adjusts the altitude that they're rendered at so that it matches your ground elevation where they're sitting. And they refer to that as ground clamping. Apparently in the switchover from the previous version of the VATSIM servers to the new enhanced, new and improved, what they call velocity protocol in the VATSIM servers, there was an issue in one or more of the pilot clients that affected the way the ground clamping was working. So I know that vPilot in particular updated right before the stream went live, and then I updated again just as you guys maybe saw right at the beginning of this demo flight. So it's already going through a couple of updates. xPilot probably is doing the same. There probably will be a handful of little bugs that they find. You know, those are going to be little bugs that you find when you put something in production and you put it out to the, all of the users on the network rather than the limited testers that you had. There's always going to be little issues like that that you figure out, fix, and push into production as quickly as you can. But from what I understand from monitoring of the social media this evening, the rollout has gone pretty smoothly for the most part. Hope that continues to be the case. For those of you who don't know, VATSIM Velocity is an update to the server protocol. We're within 1,000 feet of our cruise altitude, and as I start to tell this story, let me continue to watch this fuel balance thing. So we're now 40 pounds different. We'll continue to monitor that. So VATSIM Velocity is an update to the server protocol. Prior to tonight, when you're on the VATSIM network and you're watching another pilot, you're really only seeing where they are every 5 seconds, especially if they're turning off of a runway. Boom, 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 boom. Okay? What your pilot client does is turns that into smooth movement to the best of its ability, but it only knows those 4 positions. So when a pilot stops and turns off the runway and then turns onto a parallel taxiway, there's often this kind of little skidding that it does because all it knows is it went from here to here and then here. And so it's just like, and you see that, these really bizarre looking sudden changes in direction. That's all changed as of tonight. Pilots that are in close proximity to you, the pilot client is receiving 5 updates per second. So you're actually seeing the plane boop, 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 boop. You're seeing smooth movement throughout that maneuver. And so instead of seeing that crazy skidding, you're actually seeing where they are as they slow down, turn off, and turn onto that parallel taxiway. And the beautiful thing is, it's so robust that as they hit the brakes and the nose of the plane dips down, as that weight shifts forward, you can even see that. You never would have seen something, that detailed in a movement prior to tonight's update. So very exciting stuff. Exciting stuff as it pertains to aerobatics, the Abbotsford Virtual Air Show that will be coming up in July. Very good stuff as it comes to formation flying. Very good stuff as it comes to watching our friends' landings, especially those bush-style landings where you're making a lot of those small adjustments. Very cool stuff as it pertains to watching helicopter pilots on the network that are making these constant small adjustments. You're going to be able to see a lot more about what they're doing. I'm going to pull the throttles down to the very top of the cruise range here. There we go. There's a bit of a bug in the FADEC model. Normally you just keep it in climb until your speed comes up to cruise. But there's a little bit of a bug in the FADEC throttle model in this plane. So where if you pull it from climb to cruise, the very top of the cruise range, you get a couple of extra percent of N1 power that you shouldn't. Climb should be the maximum sustainable, but there's just a little bit of an inaccuracy in that FADEC model. So one little cheat that helps you get up to that cruise speed just a little bit faster vector. Is just edge it out of the top of the, edge it out from the climb into the very top of the cruise range. And that'll just help you get up to that cruise speed just a little bit faster. We can get the seatbelt lights off. We did get rocked by a little bit of turbulence, not too far before we reached cruise, but right now it seems nice and smooth, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that that remains the case.
Well, if I let you do that now, I'm just going to have to delay you further in your descent later on, either by speed or a vector. It's going to, because right now you're looking at your traffic 10 miles ahead, but you're still doing 480 knots. By the time you get down to the ground, that distance is only going to be about 3 miles apart, and that's going to be awfully hard to maintain with a course reversal onto the approach. I kind of need you right now.
Oh, okay. No worries, sir. Canada 426.
Alright, so now that we're pretty much at Mach 7.7 now, we'll pull it down to about 96 here.
And
American 8017, you can backtrack runway 24 and taxi Echo
runway
It's 95.5, close enough. See how it settles in.
I think I might have stepped on you. American 8017, backtrack runway 24, taxi Echo to the apron.
Alright, 24 and Echo to the gate, American 8017. Have a great night.
You too.
See how that does. Are we still losing? Yeah, let's bump it back up to about 97. So there's always going to be a little bit of jockeying around as you try and find that N1 that gets you that perfect Mach 0.77 as close as you can up to that red speed tape, that VNA speed.
I got blocked. Can you repeat that, please?
Walker 776, when you're ready, descend 10,000. Halifax altimeter is 3045.
I descend down to 10,000.
Right up, so we overshot just a little bit.
Roger, I appreciate you keeping the speed up.
It's only 2 pounds, so I really probably should have just centered it, but now that I'm actually looking at it, we'll get it down to where they match, and then we'll be good to go. Miraculously. Alright, center that, there we go.
Canada 32 at Moncton Center, good evening. You expect runway 23.
Don't have to change over at exactly the same moment, but as long as it's, yeah, they're within a pound of each other. Plus, if you know, now that I have 2 separate throttle controls, these are going to be slightly off from each other. You know, they're going to be a few pounds variance by the time we get down anyway, but that's as close as we're going to get it, and I'm going to leave it the heck alone and try not to mess it up any
further. There would be a delay to get you in on 05 because the 3 arrivals in front of you will be using the other end. I can get you in there if you want that bad delay.
How long will be the delay? You said American, not American.
Alright, and again, it is the, yeah, I love how the drone camera always likes to come back in at these funky angles.
23, so, I mean, we're talking probably a good 10 minutes anyway.
There she is, guys, the Working Title CJ4 mod for Flight Sim 2020.
Okay, so American 32, or sorry, Air Canada 32, you can fly.
As we are making our way down into Halifax. It is Moncton Monday, but we're preparing to come down here for the Friday night ops event coming up this week called Hockey Night in Halifax. And as a matter of fact, and I didn't do this on purpose, but let's look at something here. Back over on the Sky Vector and our origin airports. Okay, it's not. So, so where was Cape Breton? I think it was further up then, maybe. Or maybe it was. Maybe I had that correct. Or was that down here? Here it is. Okay. So there's Cape Breton. So if we wanted to be like we were bringing in the rival hockey team, we could have started maybe from Sydney Airport. Wouldn't have been nearly as long a flight, but there you go. But no, we're coming in from St. John's out here on the far eastern. eastern tip of is that Prince Edward Island, I think.
All right, in that case, we'll give you the clearance right away. Then Encore 3487 is cleared to
coming into Halifax.
Via
Again,
direct
Moncton
Agmere
Monday going
flight
on
plan
now.
route. Maintain flight level 240.
Hockey night in Halifax,
Squawk
Friday night ops
3146.
event coming up this Friday.
Okay,
We had a great discussion with
direct Agmere, maintaining flight level 240, squawking
with representatives from the Moncton FIR earlier, guys. If you missed that, if you're just joining,
is correct, time 0352, and Sydney altimeter.
fantastic discussion with them and some real good information, especially for U.S. pilots. I'm glad that we got a chance to touch on some of the phraseology differences between Canada and the U.S., particularly in the clearance and in the departure. It's probably where the most striking difference will occur. Not too different on the arrival end, but certainly for the clearance and the departure, there's just a few quirks, a little few phraseology differences that might catch you out enough that maybe not catch you out too badly, but catch you out just enough that on a busy frequency you didn't catch that they said flight plan route instead of then as filed. And then you're like, what do they say about the route? Say again? Whereas if you're expecting to hear that cleared via the St. John 6 departure flight plan route, then it just helps you kind of anticipate, and it's one less thing that you're going to have to ask them to repeat if the frequency is really, really busy. So good that we got a chance to kind of touch on those little differences like that. Little difference, but it can mean a lot when you're on an extremely saturated frequency. So we're Mach 765. It looks like we've settled in pretty close. I'm not going to bump the throttles around too much more. 764. All right, we'll bump them up a little bit. I just made a liar out of myself. Put them at 98, see how that does. An extra 0.5%, just to see if we can recover that. Yeah, recover that one. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, that pushed us right over the power curve, guys, and now all of a sudden we're heading right back up. Okay, let's settle in. Good. So I think we're good. Let's step the... Again, this does not follow the aircraft by nature. That is not what this north up plan display is intended to do. So it doesn't, unless you leave it alone. But as soon as you mess around with it, it no longer follows the aircraft. And in the real airplane, this never follows the aircraft in this mode. North up mode, plan mode. But I like having that north up mode because I like having the geography represented there, which you can change the displays around. But I like having this north up mode with the geography over on the right hand side, and then this track up mode with the the waypoints and procedures over here on the left hand side. But that means that I occasionally just have to manually step this other one forward. And we'll actually just step it forward to the point where we're getting close to our top of descent there. Right, let's go ahead. We already pulled up the ILS to 2.3. And
Canada 3-2, it's 10,000.
Yeah, so we're not yet in range of the Halifax ATIS, so we're not really going to worry too much about it here, but we can see that they are running an ATIS as we speak, and we checked it earlier, and they are landing on the 2.3s unless that's changed, but for right now, that's what we'll plan on. So we will leave that ILS runway 23 as our expected assigned approach. But let's go ahead and pull up the Learla 5. That's the arrival that we're doing. And again, these charts are all available at the Moncton FIR website, czqm.ca, and there's a tab at the top that says charts. So again, I do have the Navigraph desktop app, but for those of you who don't, you can get these charts for free right off of the facility website, which is nice. Rotate this clockwise, and it does look like we are coming in from Agmere, and then Learla, and then from Learla it looks like it's going to tell us what we split off to from Learla. It looks like for 2-3 we go Learla direct to Leros. Right here, Leros, and you'll notice that that is also the point here on our approach. Now, when I pulled in the approach, I did pull in the transition from OTVUV because I wasn't completely sure whether we would need that point OTVUV or not. My way of thinking when I pull an approach into the FMC is I pull in extra points if I have the opportunity to, and if I end up not needing them, I can just go ahead and delete them when we get there. But for right now, we do need to know that the FMC does have that extra point OTVUV in our legs, and we'll need to go ahead and get ready to get rid of that when we need to. So Lirla, and then the ILS, got Sky Vector there in case we need it or want it. And then what's the last thing we need? Probably is the airport diagram, or what they call in Canada, in Canadian, they call that the aerodrome chart. For us Yanks, that's the airport diagram.
Moncton Center, good evening. Squawk 3146, please.
There we go.
Oh, my apologies. That's squawking 2146, squawking 3146, Encore 3047.
All right, so since we have a moment,
Encore 3487 is identified, thanks.
do we notice, are there any altitude restrictions along the way here? Really not, except for at Liros, 3,200 knots. Let's see what we've got in the FMC. If we go to the legs page, Lirla, then Liros, and Liros is, 3,000 or above. It did not import the speed restriction. I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. 200 slash, and we'll pop it in. The CJ4, since it doesn't have auto throttles, it doesn't automatically import those speed restrictions. But if you put them in there, it will throw an error on the top of the primary nav display if you are not adhering to the speed restriction on your upcoming point. So it is good to kind of put that in there just to have it, and the FMC will warn you if you're about to be in non-compliance with it. Pull the throttles down just a smidge. Keep it right down to Mach 7.7. We're getting perilously close to that VNE speed, and the plane will start yelling at us if we start exceeding it. So, yeah, now it's edging down just a little bit. All right, so next, again, here's OTVUV, and here's the Liros on the approach. Now, that says 3,700. This says from the star, it's 3,000. So let's look at that. Is that correct? Yeah, Liros 3,700 is the plan, but it does say at or above 3,000. 3,700 is planned if you're coming straight in, I guess. That gets you on the glide slope for it. But that's another little discrepancy that we'll need to iron out. So Liros from the star is at 3,000. Liros on the approach is in the FMC at 3,700, although it does look like, 3,000 is permissible there. 3,700 might just be recommended, but 3,000 does look permissible there. So we'll take a note of that. Oh, that's what it is. If we're coming off of OTVUV, at 4, then we should be... see, it still says 3,000 or above. But okay, this is the depiction here. If we're coming off of the feeder, then it is Liros at 37, and then we continue down. Okay, so that's okay. So we'll just need to know that 3,000 or above is really the more appropriate restriction, but 3,700 is probably the altitude that gives us a more continuous descent. And then Midik is at 1920. It's in here at 1900, close enough. CF23 is just a reference point. That I don't see on the chart, in fact. But I think that might be coming off of... Oh, it might... Does it make us... Is it trying to get us to do the procedure turn or something? Oh, I think that's what it is, guys. I think it's this procedure turn. OTVUV, and then Liros, and then the procedure turn.
I keep calling you American for some reason. Air Canada 32. I might as well give you your holding clearance at Oddcast now.
That might be what that is.
Ready.
That might be what that is. So then if we are doing this off of the Star, it is indeed, we're going to be deleting a bunch of this stuff.
Okay, Air Canada 32 is cleared to Oddcast via the Fundy 5 arrival. Descend to 7,000. Hold southwest, inbound on the final approach course.
The other thing I guess we can check while we're here is the missed approach. It looks like it's straight out to 12 DME and then a left-hand turn. Let's see where we have. This is a little bit different chart layout than what I'm used to. So where's the missed? Here we are. 3,000, 233. So basically straight out
approach clearance time
at 12 DME, left back direct to the YHZ. So YHZ at 3,000 is basically the missed approach. Let's go ahead and make sure that that's in here. If there's 3,000, it would be the missed approach altitude that we keep in mind. YHZ at 3,000, yeah, DME 12, good.
Just for
so that is all in there,
whenever you get a clearance, try your best to read it back as it's issued, because sometimes when you change it up a little bit, it actually can change the meaning. For example, I told the pilot earlier this evening to hold east on a fix, and he said hold eastbound on a fix, and those are two actual, like completely different directions there.
Okay, we'll keep that note. Thank you very much.
All right. You know, one thing I like about this guy, Mike, and he, like I said, real world, retired Moncton controller,
so
knows his stuff.
Do you know how to set that up in the
what
FMS?
I love about him is educating the pilots, but keeping it in a positive tone, keeping it in an educational tone. He's not chewing out pilots on the frequency.
Okay. So basically, for setting it up, make sure you program
it's a wonderfully laid-back approach to helping pilots understand these procedures a little bit better, which is kind of right in line with the theme of these programs that we've been putting on for you, and also what I try to do on my live stream as well.
Walker 776, cleared ILS runway 23 approach.
Clear ILS 23
backing the N1 off just a little bit as we noticed our speed had kind of ballooned up to Mach 776. Looked like it was still kind of increasing, so we're going to back that off a little bit. So them's my shoes. Was about to say the same thing, but I saved him a lot of time.
Go ahead.
I should have planned this.
All right, I tell you what, guys. I think it's time, as we have the star briefed, we see the top of descent coming up on us here. But if you look at the range, that is still probably about 160 miles away, maybe even a little bit more.
It's labor intensive on the part of the controller. That's why the holding clearances are generally set up. I'll give you vectors around. It won't be quite as efficient as you're hoping, but Air Canada 32 descends 7,000 and turn right heading 150.
But yeah, 150, 160 miles to the top of the descent still, so I think we're going to see if we can get a quick break out of the cockpit. And be back with you for our arrival, our descent and arrival into Halifax. Again, it is after 11, so I don't know how much longer these folks are going to stay on for us. We'll keep our fingers crossed that they'll stick around, but of course there's no guarantee on that. If they have to go, it's not that big a deal. We'll do our best to kind of talk through the rest of the procedures. But yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that they'll stay on for us a little bit. Let me check in with them. Let me see if it's okay to duck out of the cockpit for just a moment, and we'll be right back with you. The center citation 514 Delta Victor. Are we okay to step out for about 5 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me know when you're back, please.
Will do, thanks. All right, guys, back with you in just a couple. Again, it's the Friday Night Hotspot FNO Preview Show on the VAT USA Twitch. We'll be back.
Chatter 533, when ready, descend to 10,000, Halifax altimeter 3045.
We'll descend at our discretion. Was it 11,000 or 10,000?
Predator 533, 10,000.
10,000, and we have the weather in Halifax FNO.
Roger. WestJet 212, descend 4,000.
4,000 feet for your WestJet 212.
Roger.
The Moncton FIR, can I reach you? I don't know if you saw this on your scope. We just saw somebody just freaking just fly by at like Mach hell. I don't know if that showed up on your.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm assuming somebody just flew past by me like crazy. I don't know if you have that on your scope or not.
They may not be connected to VATSIM. There's nobody in your area.
I must be tripping. Considering I only had about 2 hours of sleep last night, I think I'm just going insane.
Air Canada 32, descend 6,000.
And a 6,000 Air Canada 32.
Roger. Air Canada 426, descend 5,000.
Down to 5 for Air Canada 426.
Roger. Walker 776, contact tower on 1184. So long.
1184, Walker 776. See you. Thank you for the service.
WestJet 212, cleared ILS runway 23 approach.
Cleared ILS 23 for WestJet 212.
Roger. Air Canada 426, descend 4,000.
Down to 4,000 for 426.
Roger.
Back with you. It's the Friday Night Hotspot FNO preview of the Hockey Night in Halifax Friday Night Ops event. The first Friday Night Ops event to occur after the update to VATSIM Velocity. Getting much more high fidelity position updates from the VATSIM server starting tonight. And so the
WestJet 212,
Moncton FIR has the distinction of being the ones to host the first Friday Night Ops after the update. kind of gives me pause and a little bit of concern that they're doing a single field FNO, which in that USA we've kind of gotten away from. But especially now that it's the first FNO after the update, I have a feeling we're going to see an awful lot of traffic into and out of Halifax. I caution you guys now, consider other places to fly in addition to Halifax if you find that Halifax is completely slammed on Friday. So, give these guys a little bit of love, and, you know, let's not try to have 400, 500 planes all going to the same place at the same time. Center, citation 514, Delta Victor, back with you.
Roger, thanks. Encore 3487, you can descend when you're ready, maintain 10,000.
We are now officially in range of the
now. Okay, descend 10,000.
Halifax ATIS broadcast. It is information Charlie. I'm saying that like a yank on purpose. It's information Charlie. 310 at 3, visibility 15, 3,000 few clouds, temps -10, dew points -15. So the -10 will go into our FMC as far as our arrival performance, our approach performance parameters. 3046. Oh, you know what? Did I ever? I don't think I ever. Bad Pilot didn't ever switch over to standard. Bad Pilot is now going to do that.
Initially, yes, but
I'm going to dial that up to 3046 and leave it in the standby mode there.
Give me a sec there. WestJet 212, contact tower on 1184. So long.
Is now in the standby. So now we're appropriately in our standard altimeter setting above the transition level, which is in North America is 18,000 feet. But 3046 we can now dial into the standby as our
Air Canada 32. I'm sorry, I missed your last say again.
Altimeter that we are going to head back to once we descend through the transition level of 180.
Okay.
Whoops. Okay, anyway. Back to what I was saying. The approaches are ILS or RNAV Zulu to runway 23. I've got the ILS set up. We'll see what he assigns us. I did hear that there was a WestJet as I came back onto the excuse me, onto the headset. There was a WestJet that was being cleared for the ILS to runway 23. I can presume only that he was landing at that same Halifax airport. I don't know that for sure. Inform arrival of requested approach on initial contact. Okay. Landing and departing 23. Information Charlie. Okay, good. Good. So we can let them know that we, we're set up for the ILS. And let's look at the star, guys. Let's look at the star and see how much are we able to assume Agmere to Lirla, and then 289 to Liros, 3,200. So I think at this point it's kind of unlikely that we're going to be given anything else.
As you turn that corner, the other traffic
I think at this point it is probably safe to go.
Roger 160, and we'll watch out for the traffic here.
Liros, back it up. Put that there.
This is why I couldn't really let you bring the speed up earlier.
Now, it put in 3,700 because that's, again, the ideal altitude for continuous descent off of the procedure turn, it looks like. That's the only thing I can figure. But it does say 3,000 or above is acceptable there, and that matches what's on the star chart, 3,000 or above with 200 or below on the speed. So I think we're going to go ahead and just fix this. And say 200, whoops, 200/3,000 or above.
Air Canada 426, contact tower on 1184, so long.
18.4, have a good one,
And I don't know if it moved our top of descent forward or backward or what it did with that
Air
new
Canada
information.
32 descends 4,000.
But it may have moved that top of descent. And so...
the number 2 traffic is about 9 miles final. So it's entirely possible, since you descended earlier and slowed down quite a bit, that I may not have to delay you too much.
Sure, give us what you'd like to do.
Chatter 533, what is your next waypoint?
All right, so I think we are ready. We need to now. The FMC is going to want us to lower that, and of course in a Boeing. I can't remember if it's the Honeywell or the Collins, but I think
Chatter
they both do the same thing.
Center.
When you get close to that
What's your next waypoint?
calculated top of descent point, the FMC yells at you to lower the MCP altitude.
Okay,
Whether or not the FMC tells you to do that, you can't do it until the controller tells you to do that. The controller's the one that can tell if there's any traffic conflicts ahead, but the FMC cannot tell you that. So regardless of what that FMC message might say, if you're in one of those aircraft that gives you that message that says lower MCP altitude, you can't just do it because your box tells you to. You gotta make sure the controller's on board with that as well. If you get close to that top of descent, you want to start descending and they haven't told it to you yet, you can just simply jump on. As I sent our citation 514 Delta Victor requesting descent instructions or looking for lower. There's a bunch of different ways you can say it. That's not all entirely standard, but commonly heard enough that the controller knows what to get at. Request descent clearance, request lower.
Or were you set up for the localizer?
I was set up for the localizer, sorry, and this was into 05.
Okay, I see you making the right turn now for Canada 32. Proceed direct to Oddcast, cleared localizer, runway 05 approach.
Alright, we're just going direct Oddcast and cleared localizer, for 05 Air Canada 32.
Alright, as
and,
the
if you need a heading to get you
waypoints
in that
displays
direction,
start to get
Actually,
we'll
no,
go
we
ahead
got everything perfectly plugged in for the
back that, zoom that in just a little bit. How are we doing with the fuel balance? Yeah, see, so because my throttles are slightly different now, we do have a little bit of a difference there. I'm not going to bother with it. I'm only going to make it worse. I'm just kidding. I'm going to bother with it. So yeah, it looks like my left is set just a little bit higher. So maybe we can fix that by bumping the right one up just a touch. There we go. Yeah, so now that I actually have two separate throttle controls, that fuel balance is going to continue to bother me throughout the entire flight. That's great news. At 50 miles from top of the descent, I think it's appropriate for us to go ahead and check in. Let's just see if it's updated. ATIS is still on. Charlie, still current. Center citation 514 Delta Victor. Got information Charlie at Halifax, and if possible, like to request ILS 23.
514 Delta Victor, you can expect that. Air Canada 32, contact Halifax Tower on 1184. So long.
So if I'm reading this chart correctly, that basically tells us that we are now going to
Charter
be...
533, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000, Chatter 533.
I mean, the one thing that this chart doesn't have is that full text description for each individual fork off of the point Learla. Unless I'm missing something. Is there a second page to this? Learla 5. Nope, just the one. So that's the one thing the U.S. charts, the U.S. FAA charts have, and I believe the Navgraph charts have this as well. They have a full text description for each runway transition. Whereas here it looks like you get it primarily graphically but you do have some notes down here. However, none of these say ILS 2.3, so none of these really pertain to us. So all we've got is the graphical depiction that tells us that after Learlow we're going 289 to Leros 3,200, and then basically right onto the approach path. So that's the way I've got it set up in the FMC. Fingers crossed that's what we get cleared to do. And if we find out that we're supposed to do something else, you know, pop it into heading mode, or at that point probably we'll take over manual control of the plane. Now, one thing that has happened is that we're well slow. We're well off the pace here. The little bit of fiddling around what I did with the throttles, looks like we just, you know, right balanced right on top of that power curve, and just that little adjustment, that little bit of pitch up that it did, all of a sudden we got all this extra drag, and it's struggling to maintain our intended cruise speed. So we'll have to apologize to the CEO. We cost ourselves about 30 seconds of time there. Oh, getting rocked a little bit too. That keeps up. We'll go ahead and pop the seatbelt lights on. We're getting close to where we're gonna pop the seatbelt lights on for anyway, because we're getting close to the top of the descent. Let's run through a complete approach briefing, since we now know for sure that ILS 2.3 is what we will be given. So we've already checked the legs page. We know that they are correct. We know that we've also checked the missed approach, and it is correct. We're going to end up at YYV at 3,000. YHZ, rather, at 3,000 if we do go missed. Let's go ahead and do the approach performance as well. We did say that the temperature from the ATIS was -10. So we'll have to punch that in, and I remember that it's the minus sign first, and then the 10, and then we'll pop that in there, and then we'll go to the next page. Our approach speed is 116, VREF is 109. So 16 and 9, and we'll go ahead and send those over there. As soon as they turn blue, we know that they are going to be in the primary flight display. So that's good. Pop that back over to legs. Minimums. We didn't really talk about minimums for this approach. We are a category Bravo, I'm pretty sure. See, yeah, our VRF is 1. What do we say about VRF is 109? Pretty sure that puts us to Bravo. Doesn't matter, because it looks like these minimums are all applicable to any category anyway. So 650 in terms of mean sea level. So that's what we'll set our minimums to, 650. Dial that down. Whoops. 650, activate. Okay, done. The frequency and course we want to take a note of here. Nav aid frequency 1099 and 233. So we will need to check and make sure that that is what comes into the armed area down here when we get closer. 1099. Is that what I just said? Yeah, good. Alright, so we'll take a note of that. Minimum set. Forecast winds. We did say we're 310. So as we come down on a 2-3, that's going to be a right to left crosswind. 310 at 3 knots though, so a somewhat insubstantial right to left crosswind. And the cloud, few clouds at 3,000. So with the cloud decks being at 3,000, of course, that's as we're going to be coming up on Leros at 3, and then coming down the final approach course from Leros. Looks like we're going to have plenty of time to get below that cloud base and get sight of the runway. So shouldn't have any issues with visibility here, as far as at least the current observation. Of course, we know that Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 can always kind of put a monkey wrench in that, what it feels like. So, never quite know for sure. But if all holds up as observed, then we should be good there. The missed approach, as we said, was straight out to that 12 DME. And then that 180 left back to the YHZ VOR. We checked that in the FMC. It does indeed have that correct. The immediate climb to 3,000. So we will set that missed approach altitude to 3,000 once we are established on glide slope and can adjust it without affecting the approach. So 3,000. And then the turnoff direction looks like, where are we going to park here, guys? I think they said all the general aviation stuff was all through here. So I think we'll aim for this ramp right off of Charlie. Can't remember exactly what they said was where. But obviously this is all the commercial terminal. So we'll just kind of come in right off of this ramp that's off of Charlie. Matter of fact, if we're landing 2-3, a turnoff on Charlie would be perfect. Straight into the ramp and not even have to bother anybody. But we shall see how that goes. Alright, we're about 25 miles from our calculated top of descent. And we have not gotten the descent instruction. So if that situation persists here for the next few minutes, we'll check in with the controller, see if he wants us to start down. But again, you can't assume that at that top of descent you're automatically cleared to descend. You gotta wait until they tell you. Alright, the approach briefing once again, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. Legs were set and checked. Missed approach legs were set and checked. Performance was set. I think it's 15 and 9. I think it's 1 knot off from what was in the box, but that's fine. 15 and 9. Our ref speeds 115 and 109. Frequency was 109.9 and then 233, so we'll look for that to populate itself down here in the lower left-hand side of the nav display. Minimums were set. Forecast winds, the 3-knot right to left crosswind, forecast cloud ceiling, which we should be coming to the bases at 3,000. Missed approach altitude, also 3,000, with a left turn after 12 miles straight out. And then the turnoff would be a right-hand turnoff if we do make it down successfully. Approach briefing is now complete. Coming up on our top of descent, so let's check in with the center controller and see if we can get lower. How close are we? 12 miles. Center citation 514 Delta Victor is looking for descent instructions when able.
4 Delta Victor, descend to 10,000, Halifax altimeter is 3045.
3045 and 10,000, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, so we're cleared down to 10. No lower than 10 until we're told otherwise. But at least that gets us to be able to start our descent. We'll go ahead and get the seatbelt lights on since we're so close to that. And 3045 is slightly different than what... Yeah, it's okay. It's 1 off from what was in the ATIS, so we'll go ahead and adjust that. But again, we're not going to bump that into current until we get down through 18,000. Alright, I think we're ready to bump that map range back up. We know we are getting ready to start this descent. We want to put it into VNAV too. That's an important step. So we're now holding our VNAV altitude, but the vertical path is about to be captured. And we will see, now we can see that it's calculated the descent it's going to need in order to fly that path. And then very soon we'll see the descent path indicator come down, affectionately referred to as the snowflake. we'll see that snowflake start to come down, and then at that point we'll know we can reduce the engine power. Again, no auto throttles. We got to reduce the power manually when this thing pitches over. And there's our cue. Go ahead and get this down to about 50%. Should start to nose over here and automatically fly that descent profile. Just a moment. There it goes. I like to bring it down to about 50, but then we'll adjust it to capture 280. Again, as you descend, you know, you're kind of maintaining a slowly decreasing Mach speed. But the indicated airspeed is actually going to increase as the air gets denser. And it's when those two figures cross, that the Mach that you're capturing versus that 280 knots indicated, kind of like to adjust and capture 280 on the way down. And, you know, a lot of stars will assign a specific speed, and 280 is often it.
Encore 3487.
But in the absence of any other speed instruction, we'll just do what's normal for this aircraft, which would be the 280.
Roger.
Again, in this aircraft, in a light business jet, 15 to 17,000 pound business jet, you wouldn't normally pull the throttles all the way back to idle like you would in a commercial airliner that's got enough weight to just go full idle and keep that speed up. Don't have enough mass in order to do that unless you pitch down really aggressively in a smaller aircraft like this, a smaller twin jet like this. But ordinarily you wouldn't go full idle. Again, I like to just start with about 50 and adjust from there. We're about 66, 67 right now. But again, I'm going to basically just keep it up under the red tape there until we get down to 280, to the point where this red tape increases again. The indicated airspeed gets higher as you descend, even though you're not really going faster. But at the point where that indicated crosses 280 knots, we'll just kind of steer for that on the rest of the way down. Guys, if you are new to the Slant Alpha Adventures channel, one thing that we have going on over there is a monthly raffle that is based on the prediction, your prediction of the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. It's not quite time yet, but when we get established on the approach, we will get your prediction as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. We have a little pop-up program that is going to tell us what the actual is after touchdown. We'll get your predictions at least 500 feet above touchdown, so the 500 call on the aircraft, we'll just call it 1,000 MSL, I think will be fine here. The field elevation is just under 500 feet, but we'll just call last call for those 1,000 MSL. Don't start putting those into the chat just yet. We will let you know. But there's no bot commands. When the time comes, it'll just be a number into the chat, positive or negative, and the closest predictor in either direction, above or below the actual, will get an automatic entry into the Slant Alpha Adventures channel landing rate raffle. The next drawing on that is the 23rd of February. And even if you're not present on that stream and happen to be the winner, we will certainly honor that prize if tonight's landing ends up being the ticket that we pull on the 23rd. Again, we will let you know when it's time to start putting those in. Don't do it yet. But just be ready. When we say, when we commence predictions, that's what we're talking about. And the winner, by the way, when we pull that ticket on the 23rd, gets their choice of any one of the Slant Alpha Adventures merchandise items. But if you aren't into any of my crap, then you're more than welcome to choose instead a $25 Amazon gift card or a $25 xplane.org store gift card. Those are the two kind of alternate prizes, especially if you're not really familiar with what we do over on the Slant Alpha channel. You're more than welcome, if you happen to be the winner, you're more than welcome to opt instead for that $25 Amazon card or $25 xplane.org store card. As I say on my channel, it won't hurt my feelings in the least, and the reality is it does a little. But it does save me that trip to the post office to mail out your merchandise, so all the same in the end.
Encore 3487, contact tower on 1184. So long.
18-4, thanks for staying on.
Alright, we're going to
Encore 3487.
pull the throttles down just a little bit, try and keep it at that 280 knots. See, we're still kind of holding just above 280, 284, 285 there. So I'm going to pull those throttles down just another touch. Our adherence to the vertical path is good. Plane's doing all the hard work for us, and we're really just modulating the throttles to get the speed we want. Keep those throttles coming down just a little bit. Do have a speed brake here if we need it. Shouldn't need it. We got plenty of throttle left to come out if we find ourselves over our intended speed, but do also have a spoiler / speed brake if we should want it. I always forget, you know, I get so caught up in the procedural execution of these flights. I often forget to occasionally take that peek out the window and just appreciate the landscape. One thing I'm really bad with. You know, I keep my head buried in the instruments again. You know, not real world trained. I am a sim pilot, 40-year sim pilot, and it's only within the last handful of years that the scenery out the window has really been good enough to navigate visually by. So my habit has always been that either the airline IFR or, you know, even general aviation IFR, you know, where I'm very much focused on what's going on the panel rather than out the window. And I know that that's kind of a common limitation of sim pilots versus real pilots, but certainly one that I fall victim to. But gosh, in this simulator, guys, Flight Sim 2020, you really have to remind yourself, look out the window and see how gorgeous this is. They don't call it the Great White North for nothing. One thing that I am worried about, we do have live weather running. We did modify the daytime. However, we do have live weather running, which probably means that when we get to the runways might in fact be snow covered. We ran into this issue on the Slant Alpha stream just this past Friday. We were up in the Salt Lake City area, landing at a small general aviation airport that was snow covered and had not been plowed according to Flight Sim 2020. I assume that the real one probably has been plowed, but yeah, it was, you know, the taxiway, the dirt and grass between the taxiway and the runway and the service road and the ramp area. Yeah, it was white, and white. So we kind of we landed where we're like, it looks like runway might belong here, and then I think we ran through a localizer array. So, wonder if we will encounter similar situation here at Halifax. We'll see, I guess, when we get there. At least, in this case, we will be on an ILS that should put us pretty close to the correct touchdown zone, regardless of what we see. Interestingly, even though this wasn't what we were told, it looks like 10,000 is going to put us right at Lirla. We weren't given a specific crossing restriction, but looks like that's pretty close. No snow in the METAR. No snow falling right now in the METAR. But what the question is what weather flights in 2020 will render snow as having fallen there recently, I think. Because I don't think there was active snow falling in Salt Lake on Friday night either. Normally won't be on this star if you're at 8 or 12. Gotcha. No, you're fine. Yeah, we ran into that at Salt Lake, where there was not active snow falling, but it did render everything as completely snow covered. Oh, so normally you wouldn't be issued a restriction on this star. Yeah, no, and that's fine. We were just given descend and maintain 10. I just happened to note that it was putting us at 10, more or less right at Lirla, which seems to be a coincidence, but I'm sure not entirely coincidental. Getting ready to come down through 18. Gotcha. Heading the run of one of the other runways, it would be different. Gotcha.
For Delta Victor, descend 4,000.
At 4,000, 5 for Delta Victor. Alright, so good thing before we had to level off at 10. We got that descent to continue down to 4, which is good. So the FMC is not going to have to recalculate a vertical path. It's just going to continue on the one it's gone down. We are passing through 18,000, so this time, unlike on the way up, I'm going to actually remember this time to bump from local to, from standard to local. Now, realizing that it's now added several thousand feet of altitude to us, it's going to have to pitch down kind of aggressively to get back on that path. And since it's going to pitch down aggressively, I'm going to have to pull some power out of the throttles to prevent from running up into the stratosphere with respect to our airspeed. So back the throttles down. It'll recapture the path based on the local reported altimeter now. And then as it smooths out that that descent, we're going to probably lose a little speed. So now we'll add some power back in to keep it right up to about 280. And again, not needing to slow down any further than that just yet. When we get below 10, below 10,000, we'll need to kind of watch and anticipate. Get the power out, let the plane's speed decay, make sure we're down to 250 or below, and typically in this aircraft would be 240 at that point. For now, again, I did say we can keep 280 for now. And then Liros was 200 or below. I like, since that's the point where we're going to intercept the final approach course, personally, I'm aiming for 170 at that point, unless we're told something otherwise. My typical speed management profile is 280 down the initial part of the descent, 240 below 10, 210 once you get kind of within the terminal area, so we're within the point where you're being kind of either vectored or otherwise directed to join your final approach course. And then once you get that intercept onto the final approach course, that's where I'm going to pull the speed down to 170. Now, all that's out the window if there are speed restrictions on the star or approach that contradict any of that. What's on the paper then takes precedence unless you clear it with the controller. But absent any speed restrictions to the contrary, that's kind of my normal profile. 280 above 10 on the descent, 240 below 10 on the descent. Then we'll pull it to 210 as soon as we're maneuvering for the final, and then 170 once we're establishing or about to establish on final. Then you normally keep the 170 until 5 miles out, and then at that point you're slowing and configuring for your final, your V approach, and then your VREF. The channel has fallen silent. Are we the last man standing? It seems that Or one of them, yeah. And we do have a tower controller on at Halifax also. 118.4. So I tell you what I'm going to do is I want to go ahead and pop that into the standby frequency here. 18.4. Again, we'll make sure we put that in standby and not active. So we'll have that set and ready to go just in case he's still on when we get there. And we'll go back over to the legs page. But yeah, if you guys decided to stay on specially for me, you didn't really have to do that. These demo flights do tend to kind of run a little bit late, but you know, normally if we end up kind of going past the allotted time on the demo, you know, I normally would just talk through the approach and the arrival instructions to the best of my ability, but having the controllers stay on and give us kind of a snapshot of what the actual descent instructions would indeed sound like. Let's go to the MFD Advance. I'm going to skip ahead a few here. And maybe I think it's time to go ahead and zoom that in one more level. Whoops, other way. Yep. So I think that's where we're going to want to keep it, just to have kind of a tactical overview of what we're doing. Alright, speed's drifted up to about 285. We need to keep it down to 280, but we're getting... So we're under 12. I think at this point it's time to start working our way down to about 240 here. Like I said, this is not an airliner. This is not 150,000 pounds of gravitational pull. This is only 15,000 pounds or 17,000 pounds of gravitational pull. So you pull the throttles out all the way, you shouldn't need a whole lot of speed brake. Yeah, the speed's coming off on its own pretty well. As we approach under 10, we can go ahead and get the logo lights on. Landing lights on is on the switch. And then we'll get taxi on. Yeah, taxi will come on once we get the landing clearance. Alright, so there's 240. We'll put some power back in. It's letting us know that the localizer will be tuned. That's good. That's what we want it to do. And check speed. Yes, and it's letting us know that at Liros we need to be at 200 or below, according to what we put into the FMC. We're going to keep 240. And what's our distance to Liros? The distance is 22 miles to Liros. Keep 240, but I think, you know, anytime in the immediate future we can probably start thinking about 210. Now that we are essentially entering that terminal area. So we're still at 9,000. Through 10, I think we did the... Yeah, we got the logo lights, landing lights back on. We can do the passenger briefing for our arrival. It's a real short announcement.
May I have your attention, please?
There we go.
We'll be landing shortly. Please turn off all portable electronic devices, stow tables, secure luggage, and loose articles. Return your seat to the upright.
Let's center up the heading bug just in case we are to get a vector. Remember, we're not cleared for the approach yet, so we still need to maintain 4,000 until we're told something different.
Until the aircraft has come to a complete stop in the parking lot. Thank you.
4 Delta Victor, cleared ILS, runway 23 approach.
All right, cleared ILS 23 approach, 5 and 4 Delta Victor.
Roger.
So in the U.S., that instruction would come a little bit differently. It would come at Liros, cleared ILS 23 approach. So that's just a minor phraseology difference that you get here. Again, we're going to go ahead and keep 240. 15 miles out, though, and then, you know, really 200 or below. And again, in the terminal area, I like to slow it to 210. We could really kind of think about doing that any moment now. And then 170, really, since we're getting ready to intercept, and we're 13 miles from intercepting. Yeah, it's a little soon to be down at 170, but I guess under 10 miles, I think we'll go ahead and do that. At this point, guys, I think it's fair game to go ahead and start putting in some predictions as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. Again, on our channel, and again here on VAT USA's Twitch, there is no bot command for that. This is just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know in either case that you mean a descent rate. I still have yet to figure out how to climb onto a runway. So we'll know that you mean a descent rate with or without the minus sign. The closest predictor gets an automatic entry into the Slant Alpha Adventures landing rate raffle to be drawn on February the 23rd. So go ahead and put those predictions right there into the chat. Just a number, no bot command or anything like that necessary. All right, there we are, 10 miles. Let's go ahead and slow it down. And we are actually, the 109.9 is correct. We had a situation in a recent stream where the localizer frequency that auto-populated was not correct. In this case, it is. Glide slope is coming down. At this point, we can probably go ahead and engage approach mode. Yep. So it's armed localizer capture. Yeah, we can actually now set 3,000 as the lowest cleared altitude. And actually, at lowest cleared altitude, heck, we're cleared for the approach. So we're cleared all the way down to minimums at this point, really, honestly. 1920, and then even then down some. So we can set we'll set 2,000 just to make sure that it establishes us on the glide slope there. Do we need to go ahead and get a little spoiler in just to get us down to 170? We'll do that. Get it down below 200. We'll pop the first knot to flaps out. That'll help us slow down. Go ahead and get that first knot to flaps in. Localizer mode is armed. Out the vertical path is still active.
Moncton Center, good evening, November 2712 kilos, passing 2,400 on the Halifax 4.
November 272 Alpha Kilo, Moncton Center, good evening. You're
add
identified.
a little
Turn
bit of
right
power
heading
back in
280,
to
climb to flight level 280.
Capture that 170 knot
Right heading
speed. We'll
280,
keep
up to flight level
170 down
280,
to Midic, which is 4.4.
Alpha Kilo, when you're able, you can proceed direct to Senby and then on course.
Coming through those cloud bases as predicted. 3,000 feet above ground level.
Senby and up to 380, show Alpha Kilo. Roger.
As soon as we get turned onto the glide slope and mode capture is all verified, we'll go ahead and take manual control of the aircraft. Again, at this point, you may go ahead and put those descent rate predictions into the chat. No bot command, just a number into the chat, positive or negative, representing your prediction of the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch. Winner to receive an entry into the Slant Alpha Adventures landing rate raffle to be drawn on February the 23rd.
For Delta Victor, contact tower on 1184. Good night.
18-4, 5 for Delta Victor, see it. Still trying to keep about
Walker
170.
1509 tower, you all set?
Yes, sir. We're short 23 here. We're good to go.
Walker 1509, contact Moncton Center 132.2 airborne. Wind calm from Delta and clear takeoff runway 23.
Clear for takeoff 23 and contact center 1 airborne. Walker 1509, good day.
Good day.
Alright, still got us on the vertical path descent. It does have the localizer captured. We are 3 miles from Middick, so that's about a 7-mile final. Halifax Tower, citation 514 Delta Victor, ILS 237 mile final.
November 514 Delta Victor, Halifax Tower, good evening. Wind is calm, altimeter 3046. King Air traffic is departing. Clear to land on runway 23.
3046, clear to land 23. We'll be watching for the King Air 514 Delta Victor. Uh, 170 until 5. Still not fully captured on glide slope. Okay, there we go. Gonna get gear down. Once we are able, we'll get flaps too.
Autopilot.
My airplane. .115 and 109. Alright, that's last call. Glide slope's coming back in. Alright, now we can get it down to down to VREF.
Minimums.
We are continuing. Power out. Flare, just a nice little minimal flare. Set it down a little more firmly than I expected to. Off center line as well. Ooh. Come on. There we go. Looking for my view control. A little more firmly than I expected to. I think I got the power out a little early. But that's okay. Spoilers can come out. I mean, overall, I felt okay about the approach execution. Go ahead and get the right turn. I think we made it off of Charlie.
Speaker, welcome to Halifax. Exit right when able. Taxi Alpha, and the apron is your discretion.
All right, Alpha, I think we're going to the ramp straight in from Charlie, 514 Delta Victor. Not 100% sure that Charlie is where we made it off, but I think so. Flaps and spoilers can go stowed. Landing lights and strobes can come off. Maybe not. Peter came in with a late prediction. I think that'll be the. If Peter's the only prediction, then yeah, you're the winner. We'll go ahead and give you an entry. It wasn't close to what you said, unfortunately. It was a little on the firm side. I have to watch that back and see kind of where I went wrong. I know we did get a little slow. All right, we're actually, yeah, we got a little slow, and then I caught it back up to V approach, and I think I was late to get it back down to V ref, and then might have just overdone the flare. I was having a little trouble seeing the runway because of the bright white washed out appearance of it. But anyway, excuses, right? We'll have to watch that back and see where I went wrong, and always kind of tweaking my technique in this aircraft. All right, so I think we're at the ramp. Taxi lights can come off. Let's see. Flaps and spoilers were stowed. Strobes were off. Pitot static can come off as well. Yeah, we would have ordinarily on the taxi end would have wanted to get the terrain.
Aircraft on frequency Halifax Tower down close.
And weather radars off.
Frequency 122.1. Good night.
So now that's done. Taxi light, yeah, we got that off. The parking brake on. We'll get the. We'll talk about the winning number here in just a moment. But Peter Mooney with our only prediction is definitely our winner. So engine number 1 can come down. And we can reset the references. We'll reset those warnings as well. Get the avionics into dispatch mode. Climate control can come off as well. Go ahead and get the engine number 2 stopped. Whoops, there we go. And then with the engine spooling down, go ahead and get the beacon light off. Safety and seatbelt lights can come off. We will set our squawk back to 1200 and standby. And we will check on our fuel and our ETA. Well, the first thing we'll do before we before we check on the fuel and ETA, we'll talk about the vertical descent rate upon touchdown, which again, a little firmer than I normally do in this aircraft. I'm normally a little closer to the 100 to 120 range. A little firmer again. I think my speed control, I got down from V approach to V ref. I put some power back in. I think I kept that extra power in and got the power out too late, and then as a result, over-flared the aircraft as I was, kind of just misjudging my height above the runway. So a whole bunch of things kind of went wrong there. But again, I'm not making excuses. I'm critiquing my performance so that I can hopefully go back to the drawing board here and improve it. So. It's one thing I do on my channel over on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel is if something has gone wrong, I try not to I try to play the blame game, because this is the guy, this is the blame game right here, and all I can do is try to improve. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there you go, Peter Mooney. We'll go ahead and get your winning entry into the Slant Alpha Adventures landing rate raffle, which will be drawn on February the 23rd, and we always appreciate you being here. The other thing that I want to check on as far as predictions go would be our prediction of the ending time and the ending fuel, which I don't use any kind of SimBrief or PFPX or any kind of online flight planning tool. I use my own numbers. Let's see how close we got. We anticipated being on the ground at 4:59 and on the blocks at 5:04. Well, I would say, yeah, I would say we nailed that one pretty darn well. And then we should have just about 1,600 pounds left in the tank, so just over 800 per tank. And let's see how we did on that. Well, we were a little bit short, so we were slightly less fuel efficient than normal. But yeah, for the most part, I would say those numbers worked out very, very well. And again, if you want to see how I come up with those, on the Slant Alpha Adventures YouTube, there is a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials, and one of the tutorials is called Flight Time and Fuel Estimates, and you're more than welcome to check that out. You'll see all the math that I go through in order to predict the flight time and fuel. I think what might have happened is that there was a little bit more of a headwind accounting for the extra fuel burn, but I think we got off the ground just a little bit earlier than what is in my spreadsheet, so it actually might have been a slightly longer flight with a slight headwind accounting for that extra fuel burn, but we still wound up here on time because we got up early, and in fact we're in the air a little bit longer than what my spreadsheet said. All right, well, that's going to do it then for us. Let's go ahead and wrap up to get the nav and logo lights can come off. One, and logo lights are down here. Get the avionics off, the standby display off, the, what is that? Oh, the emergency lights off, and then we'll go ahead and shut the battery off, and there we are. All right, that's it, guys, and yeah, I love the way the drone camera always likes to come in at these funky angles. But there we are. We made it into Halifax. We appreciate all the great service from the Moncton FIR controllers, and a matter of fact, yeah, it's the very same controller that was on our panel discussion with us, so a fantastic night. Great to meet the both of you, and a lot of great information. Guys, if you didn't catch the beginning of the stream, I hope that you'll watch it back either here on the Twitch channel, or later on tonight it will be available on the VATSIM YouTube channel. But a great panel discussion with representatives from the Moncton FIR, and what happened to my Discord? All right. Yeah, great panel discussion with representatives from the Moncton FIR. They've got the Friday night ops event coming up this Friday. It's called Hockey Night in Halifax. It is the first VAT-USA Friday night ops event to happen after the velocity update. So, gonna have to wish them the best of luck. They're hosting a single facility Friday night ops, which in VAT-USA we've kind of shied away from, but the first Friday night ops after the velocity update's bound to be a pretty hectic one. So best of luck to them. Again, it's Jack Koskie and Mike Oxner from the VATSIM Canadian division, Moncton FIR, and really appreciate their participation on the panel, but as well as their service for us for our demo flight. That's going to wrap it up, guys. Again, my name is Rob. I'm the host of a Twitch channel called Slant Alpha Adventures. We hope that you will join us over there, twitch.tv/Slant Alpha Adventures. And what do we got coming up for you on Wednesday? We're going to be flying the DC-6, the first DC-6 stream that I'll have done with the new control profile that I've got here, the Honeycomb Alpha plus the two 3-lever Logitech throttle quadrants. So that should be kind of an interesting night of fumbling around with controls, kind of like what you saw tonight, as I'm still kind of learning my new control setup here. But we've got the first one in the PMDG DC-6 since the control upgrade here. So hope that you will all check us out. Again, that channel is mostly on for you as Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. However, the big thing coming up is that Friday Night Ops event this coming Friday. Again, it's the Hockey Night in Halifax FNO. You can go over to the VATUSA.net website, VATUSA.net, and you can hit the events calendar up, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. And we'll step it ahead to February, as we are just about done with the first month of 2022, if you could believe that or not, guys. But there you go, the Hockey Night in Halifax Friday Night Ops event. So thanks again to our friends at the Moncton FIR who were gracious enough to stop in tonight and give us some great information on how to avoid some of the common procedural issues into and out of Halifax, Moncton, and some of the other fields that they will have staffed up for you on Friday. That's going to do it for me, guys. Again, we hope that you will see you on Wednesday over on the twitch.tv/Slant Alpha Adventures channel. In the meantime, be safe and healthy in your own travels and own adventures in the meantime. We will talk to you again soon.